Hello, hello, everyone. My name is Alexine Moudouar. I am CEO of Women in Sales, and you are here today for a very exciting, very first of its kind Women in Sales, the virtual conference. This has never been done before, and we are so excited to host a half day of incredible sessions with some of the most amazing women speakers in our field. So we have a lot in store today, and we have a great 4 hours ahead planned. Thank you all so much in the audience, first and foremost, for being with us today, for participating in this event. This event would not have been possible without the generosity of our partners, RingCentral Events, this very platform that we're hosting on, and Zoom Info. So we're very grateful for them and their partnership, and we are excited to continue our work together with both teams. And outside of that, if you're not familiar with Women in Sales, that's the organization that's hosting this very conference. We are the largest global community for women in the field of sales. We provide educational opportunities, resources, events, virtual content, anything that's going to help you within your sales career. We are here to help supply it. And we do that by providing a completely free community to thousands of women across the globe. So we're very, very proud of our work. And I'm very thankful for the team that we have in place that puts all of these things together. So stay tuned. We have an awesome day ahead, and don't go anywhere because our very first session, the opening keynote, is coming up right after this, and that's with Jen Allen Knuth. So stay tuned and have a great rest of the day.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jen Allen Knuth, aka Demand Jen with a J, and welcome to the first Women in Sales virtual conference. We're so excited that you're here. Thank you, Alexine, for putting this together. I'm not going to start with a ginormous bio of myself. I think we all have LinkedIn, but for today's purposes, the one thing to know is I spent 18 years as a frontline sales rep, not a sales manager, not a sales leader, someone who frankly did not find sales came easily to them. And so across those 18 years, I got a lot of reps around what was working, what was not. And now at Demand Gen, I spend my time training teams on how to effectively open conversations with prospects in a much noisier environment, which is exactly why we are here today. So as you'll see here, today what we're going to be talking about is how to build and convert outbound pipeline in what I call the shiny object era. Now, before we get into how to do it, let's talk about what the shiny object era even is. So I'm assuming many of you, like me, have a Netflix subscription, or maybe a few of them. So I want you to take a guess, add your guess in the chat. How many TV shows and movies do you think are currently available on Netflix in the US as of right now? So take a second. Make a guess. There's no penalty if you're wrong. Just let's have fun with it. Let's see what we've got in the chat. Okay, as answers are coming in, here's the answer. It's 7,101 different TV shows and movies that are available for us to watch. So if you've ever been in that completely indecisive mode of which programming to watch, you're not alone, where most of us are in it. Now, that's a lot of options, 7,101. But let's switch gears and think about, let's say you are selling marketing technology. So marketing software that is being sold to ultimately the CMO of any business. And I'm going to ask you the same question, but this time about marketing software. How many different organizations do you think are selling marketing software technology solutions today, or at least as of May 2025? Let's get some answers in the chat. Okay, before I show you the answer to that question, let's go back in time and look what the answer was in 2011. So many of you might be familiar with this marketing technology landscape. Now, whether or not you sell to marketers is besides the point. This is something that is done annually. There's a gentleman by the name of Scott Brinker, and every year he goes out and he puts on one piece of paper all of the different options of marketing software that exist. So if you went all the way back to August 2011, if you count all these different logos up, there were 150 logos on this page. Now, this is a busy slide, right? It goes against all slide creation philosophy. There's tons of logos, and they're each organized into different boxes based on the type of software that it is. So back to my original question, how many pieces of marketing technology software do we think exists today? Well, let's take a look at what that slide looks like as of May 2025. We can't even see the logos. There's so many logos on this page that they're just tiny, tiny, tiny little dots. And the answer to that question is 15,384. Now, that is just over twice the amount of Netflix TV shows and movies, which seems like an impossibly large number. That is twice the amount. And now, while each of these, as you can see, are still bucketed in different categories, the problem is we all ultimately want the same person, right? So every single person on this page would just love to get time with the CMO of the businesses that they're going after. And so while there are different problems that they're solving, we are all trying to get access to the senior marketing leader. Now, whether you sell to marketing, whether you sell to K-12, whether you sell to CIOs, whether you sell to law firms, it doesn't matter. It might not be as bad as marketers. I do feel like they're really taking the brunt of this, but every different industry, every different market we sell into is experiencing this. Now, this is just software that you can purchase. But there's a bigger problem at hand, and it has to do with these two little letters we're all so obsessed with right now, which are A and I, because AI is actually making this problem harder. So we go from a world where we are just buying technology off the shelf to a world where we still have all of those options, right? So if you look at the left-hand side of this page, let's say you are buying a CRM. You're probably looking at HubSpot and Salesforce, the big major platforms in the space. And then you might also be evaluating some additional software, maybe from folks that are in specific verticals. So let's say Intap is a CRM for companies in the professional services space. You might be looking at late stage startups like a Close, early stage startups. You might be looking at what software exists in your ecosystem. But now on top of all that, the introduction of AI that makes it possible for organizations to not need to know how to code, so you've probably heard low code, no code, means that now there are millions of different agent-built software options that an organization could explore. So the simple way to look at this is nothing is really falling off this page, right? We still have all of the software we were competing against, but on top of that, for many of us, customers are being pushed to say, find new ways to use AI and get creative and learn to do, these low code, no code solutions. And so now when we are trying to sell to let's say that CMO, in addition to all the pieces of software, well, now they have their own sort of DIY capabilities that they might consider. Now, the argument here isn't which one is better and which one is worse. It's totally besides the point. The argument here is the amount of indecision that exists when you have this many options available to solve a problem. No matter if you're selling CRMs, if you're selling software to K-12, if you're selling, cybersecurity services, all of these things are up against this because of the nature of how the world is changing. And what do we keep doing from a sales and marketing perspective? Well, we hold on to what we know, which is if I want to break through this noise and if I want to earn attention of that person who's the ultimate executive buyer, well, now what do? Well, we just do more, right? Let's make more dials. Let's send more emails. Let's send more DMs. Let's do more events. we have largely thrived on this philosophy of do more. And I'm just going to keep this slide up on repeat. And this is fine when the environment doesn't look like what it is today. But if all 15,384 of those companies are pursuing a strategy of more, well, I think it starts to make sense why if you spend 5 seconds on LinkedIn, you'll inevitably run into some buyer who's so frustrated by cold outreach because they say it's just noise and nobody cares about what we do and nobody's being thoughtful. It's because we're all trying to turn up the volume dial, and buyers are really, really overwhelmed by the sheer amount of it. So as excited as we are about different AI outbound capabilities, and I'm not saying that there aren't things that work, a lot of what I see when I get in the weeds with sales teams is the philosophy of it is let's just make more noise using less human resource, which is great for us maybe, but terrible for the person on the receiving end of it. And what ultimately happens, and why we as salespeople should care about this, is more often than not, these deals end up in something called no decision. So if any of you have read The Jolt Effect, fabulous book by Matt Dixon, one of the authors of The Challenger Sale, they talk about the fact that in the research that they've done, 40 to 60% of B2B opportunities aren't lost to competitors. They're frankly just lost to the customer saying, forget it. It's so hard to make a decision. It's so risky to make a decision. I'd rather just not make any decision at all. And this would be okay or dealable if customers told us the truth. But more often than not, they are reluctant to tell us that. And so what we hear instead are things like you see on the page. So how many of you have heard, call me back in 6 months? I know I heard that a million times, right? I used to interpret this as, well, the customer is going to be able to make a decision in 6 months. So I better be on the dot on that day, calling them, reminding them of the great conversations we've been having. Meanwhile, the prospect was probably like, I'm not making any decision and I'm just going to punt you off because I know if I tell you no, you're going to give me all the reasons I should be saying yes. I don't want to be objection handled. So I'm just going to hope by 6 months from now, you're gone, I'm gone. We can just avoid this thing altogether. How many of you have heard budget is tight right now? Right. And I'm not making light of this. I think it's obvious that organizations are trying to be more disciplined in the way that they spend money. But any one of us who's sold before knows that when there is a real business need, budget appears, right? Back in COVID, when we all went from in-person to remote, it wasn't like people were like, well, I don't know if we've got the budget to get some Zoom licenses. All of a sudden, there was a business need. It necessitated the cost. One of my kisses of death was, I'll socialize this and get back to you. I used to interpret that as a great thing. Well, this deal is moving forward. They're going to share this with other people, except by the end of the day, they get off the call with me, then they probably went into 4 or 5 other meetings. And the end of the day, they're looking at it and saying, do I actually really want to go through the mud on this? Do I want to herd all these cats who I'm going to have to get involved to say yes to this? Do I want to make a business? Do I want to do all these things? How bad is this problem really? Right? And so we start walking back and reevaluating, is this something I can tolerate? Or worst case, we just hear crickets, right? You might have a couple great conversations with the champion early on. They tell you, I'm going to socialize this, and then we just never hear from them again. So no decision wins. If you think that, if you think about it, the average win rate for a seller is usually in the 30%. They win almost twice as much as we do if we don't have a way to effectively compete against it. And so step one to try to combat this is, number one, we have to be honest with ourselves about where we are losing to status quo, indecision, no decision. So status quo is where buyer says, yes, we might have a problem, but the way we're handling it is good enough. Indecision is the prospect saying, we agree we need to act on this problem, but there's so many options. It's so overwhelming to choose that I'm going to defer that, right? So I'm sold on there being a problem, but I'm not sold on how to move forward. No decision is kind of like buckets them both. When I spend time with sales teams and I ask them, what are the reason codes that you have in your CRM system when you go in and mark a deal close lost? Oftentimes I'll hear things like timing, competitor, too expensive, value, contact turn, no budget, the things you see here on the screen. But if we're honest with ourselves, most of these close loss reason codes are us pointing the finger elsewhere. Like, it's not my fault they didn't buy, they just didn't have the budget. Could it be that we never really made a compelling case for them to use this budget? It's not my fault it's bad timing. It's just bad timing. Is it bad timing, or did we fail to create a sense of urgency around the size of the problem and what it's costing them? And so when I started looking at my deals through this lens, what I realized is I was totally making this mistake. I was bucketing these deals. I was marketing them as closed loss for these reasons because I was unwilling to be honest with myself and honest with my manager to say, listen, I probably just didn't do a great job of making the case for change, or I didn't do a great job of making it easy for them to see how we move forward. And so if you don't have status quo as a loss code in your CRM system, and many don't, I'm going to give you an exercise to really first and foremost size this problem. Because before I teach you how to combat it on the upfront, on like the front part of the cycle, I think it's important to size, like, is this even something I'm losing deals to? So this exercise costs you nothing. They're my favorite kind of exercises. I call it the close loss audit. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to go into your CRM and you're going to pull a list of all of your closed lost or no decision opportunities. And here's where we got to be honest with ourselves. If someone said, yeah, let's revisit this in 3 months and we haven't heard from them, mark that puppy as a no decision or just close lost. We have to do it. We have to be honest. I know it's optimistic to keep them in there, but let's be honest about where we are. So you're going to pull a list of all those opportunities and you're going to include the forecasted amount that you had for each one of those opportunities. So the way it should look is basically like company name. Here's how much it was forecasted for. Easy enough. Now, step 2, you're going to filter that list by reason code. And here's the ones I want you to pull out. I want you to pull out anything that sounds like no budget, value, ghosted, timing, no champion. In many ways, not always, but often, these are places where we're losing to status quo. And so let's be honest with ourselves. Let's call it what it is and just filter for those. So what you want to be looking at is a list of all these opportunities filtered by typically status quo based reasons. Now what you're going to do is you're going to add up the total amount of forecasted dollars. So you're going to take that short list and you're going to say, how much pipeline does that represent? And this is going to give you an idea of how much you might be losing to status quo right now. Now, when I work with sales teams, one of the things I do is I go in and I ask the sales leader, hey, how much is the team losing to status quo right now? And I'll get answers or no decision. And they'll say, I don't know. We don't measure it that way. And so I'll say, like, let's go through, do the same exact exercise I just taught you, but do it on behalf of the entire sales organization. I will tell you, I did this in January with a really big player in the MarTech space, and they came back with a number of 53.14 million. I did it again the next month with a company in the legal tech space, and they came back with 15.86 million. Now, the reason I encourage you to do this is an exercise I did the late part of my AE career for like every single quarter, is because when you look at that number, it's not to say you're going to win back that entire number. But if the job to be done is how do I prevent more of those losses from going to status quo, or how do I go out and find $53 million more in pipeline, I'm always going to pick this option, right? Like I want to take the pipeline I already have and figure out how do I treat that differently such that I'm losing less to status quo. So to kind of come full circle on it, like if that organization that I talked about back in January, if they won 10% of those deals by having an intentional strategy to defeat status quo and no decision, that's an additional $5 million, right? And that doesn't mean now go and find all of this net new pipeline. So I share this with you, one, because I think it's important for us to be really critical of our own deals and be honest about where we might be losing. But two, because chances are if it's happening to you, it's probably happening to others in the business. And this is something that should be a collective effort on behalf of the organization. So if you are the first person to raise your hand and say, I did this exercise, I came up with this number, I'm kind of curious if this is something that we might be facing as an organization. Would it be worth taking a look at the overall results? Well, now you're someone raising your hand with an idea and a proposed solution. That's exactly what I did at my company, and it turned out to be a really, really productive conversation. We were saying, instead of just turning up the dial, instead of preaching more, what can we do differently to ensure that all of this pipeline is not lost to status quo? And again, you don't have to promise the world. What if we can make a 10% dent, a 15% dent? That's the kind of thing that we're looking for here. So first and foremost, is just size it. Do you even have this problem? Because if you don't, then you can ignore the entire rest of this presentation and, go do something more enticing. So now the second thing is, let's say you do have it. The primary culprit that I see here is actually how we open deal conversations. I have long been very confused about why we treat how we open a deal as a complete afterthought, right? If you think about sales as a profession, we love to talk about closing and always be closing, ABC, all these stupid things. It is really hard to close a deal that you have ineffectively opened. It is very easy to close a deal when you've really opened it well. And so from my perspective, when I got effective at sales is when I started thinking way more about how I open the deal instead of being so focused on how I close it. And when I work with sales teams, one of the things I'm doing is I'm going in and I'm saying, show me the cold emails that are being sent today. Not because cold calling's dead or any of that nonsense, but just because emails are a great representation of what sellers think and believe. So I'll say, show me them. And I also, when I train sales teams, I'll show them this. This is a screenshot of my inbox. Now, I am a nobody. I am a one-person sales training organization. I am not the caliber of people that you are calling in. And this is what mine looks like. And I affectionately call this the wee-wee problem, right? Which means we are wee-weeing all over our prospects in the pursuit of trying to earn their attention by talking about ourselves. Now, you can go through and look at some of these emails. This is just a small sampling of what's out there. But you'll see things like, look, the fourth one down. You okay, Jen? Jen, are you good? Wi-Fi down again? Kidnapped by aliens? I'm worried, Jen. To this person's credit, I did open this email because I was like, what is happening? How many times have they reached out to me? And sure enough, when I looked down at the history, it was the first email they sent me, which is a great example of why tactics and hacks just don't work, right? Yes, it got the open, but the second you realize you're being manipulated, it's why these things don't play as well as some people on LinkedIn might like to make it sound like they do. You can scroll down to blank some clarification, PSU alum. So here is someone trying to make a connection on a college that about 700,000 other people have graduated from, probably more, right? It's not a unique special bond. We can see this from a mile away. You're trying to take a mutual connection here and turn it into a reason to meet. Is that a terribly effective way to earn an executive's time? I'm not saying it never works. Nothing always works. Nothing never works. But it's overused so much that buyers can smell that this is us saying, I haven't taken the time to really understand your business. So instead, let me just use the easiest inroad possible and hope I can just get a layup off of that. The last one, Jen/Ramsey, not to annoy you here with my persistence. Self-identifying as annoying is only going to make your reader think. If they think they're annoying, I'm certainly going to think they're annoying. And so when you look through these emails, you can see all sorts of not so ideal things happening. But the more important point is the frequency of the words I, we, our, and us. That's really what the we problem is about. It's us saying, I'm under pressure to book so many meetings. And if I want to do that, well, I better do that at scale. And I better get 100 emails out today, none of which are tailored to anybody I'm reaching out to. But I'll just talk about how great we are. Because if I can impress them with how great we are, well, surely they'll take time to meet with us. And again, I'm not saying that this hasn't worked at a certain point in time. What I am saying is we're selling in a very different environment, an environment where, again, just looking at that marketing space that we talked about earlier on, if 15,384 people are taking that same strategy of emailing prospects and telling them how cool their tools are, well, it starts to make sense why buyers completely check out and they don't even need to open the email to pick up on signs from the inbox view, which is where most cold emails go to die. So the wee strategy, I've never loved it, but I'm not going to say it didn't work when people had a ton of cash and it was a much less crowded environment. But I think the thing we have to consider is when we put ourselves in the buyer's shoes, lots of people are using this. And the other part that makes this ineffective today is this. This is buyer research that came out of Salesforce last year. And what they've been doing since 2020 is tracking this buyer sentiment around trust. So, like today, do you trust companies more than you did a year ago or less than you did a year ago? What I find really interesting is between 2020 and 23, the number didn't really shift that much. Like, that's actually quite surprising to me, but it pretty much stays consistent. And then in 2024, man, do we see it take a different path, right? 71% of buyers saying, I trust companies less now than I did a year ago, which really got me thinking about the job to be done of outbound, right? When we are outbounding, our focus is often, I need to book a meeting. I need to book a meeting because I need to get this to hit my visit target, or I need to book a meeting because I'm behind my pipeline and I need to make up for it. I need to book a meeting as an I statement. I need this. And so it makes sense why we get a lot of we messaging, because we're looking at it from the perspective of, what do I need? I need your time. I need your money. I need your buy-in, versus recognizing that we are selling in an environment with a ton more shiny options to choose from, and an environment where buyer lack of trust is at an all-time high. And so what I'm suggesting is, when we're thinking about outbound and we're thinking about how do we break through that noise, and more importantly, how do we tee up a sales cycle where someone is going to be curious and interested about revisiting their status quo, well, we've probably got to stop talking about ourselves so much. So I'm going to take an example, right? So one of the companies I've worked with is in the robotic welding space. It's actually super cool. There's a huge welder shortage in America, documented. And so they're proposing a different way to solve for a problem where there's a really common status quo. Status quo is just hire more welders. Now, I'm going to show you the difference between booking and making the goal of the outbound message to get a meeting versus to build trust. And then we're going to work backwards to figure out, how do we get to a message like that? And I'm going to take you through prompts you can use. I'm going to show you exactly how it's done. I'm going to give you a messaging framework. And again, this whole idea is, how do we give customers a reason to reconsider status quo? How do I build trust instead of trying to take? And how do I capture their attention in a positive way, not in a did you get kidnapped by aliens way? So let me show you what a message with the goal of booking a meeting often looks like. Now, when our goal is booking a meeting, we do what many of us were taught to do, which is, I got to pitch this product. I got to make it sound as sexy as possible so that they just can't resist booking a meeting with me. I learned to write emails this way. Now, I used our cute little friend AI to write this email, and it did not disappoint in its cringiness. So, subject line: supporting your new shipyard with advanced welding automation. What a mouthful. Hi, first name. Congratulations on the opening of your new shipyard, a major milestone for Acme. Launching an operation of that scale brings both opportunities and challenges, especially when it comes to ensuring consistent, reliable welding capacity. Let's stop right there for a moment. If you are using AI to write your emails, please, for the love of everything, either go in and manually delete this entire upfront portion, or tell it not to weirdly compliment your buyer. We're not their grandmothers, we're not their mothers, we're not their dads, we're not their brothers. We don't have to gas them up in the email, because you know what that tells them? I'm about to ask you for something, right? If anybody here has kids, you know when your kids walk in the room and they start getting really nice, hey, can I help out with anything? Oh, what show are you watching? I'm like, what is coming? Oh, you want something. It's the same thing with cold emails. AI loves to write this way. So please, I'm not here to say do or don't write with AI. I personally don't, but if you are going to do it, cut that part. Then we go into what most cold emails do. Here's our thing, and it helps companies like yours. And we do all of these things. We got to bullet them, because now the email's getting meaty, so we're recognizing that this thing is too long. So let me throw in some bullet points, which really signal clarity. And then we close with the phrase we have just grown to love so much as salespeople. I'd love to. Buyers do not care what we would love to do. It is a harsh sentiment, but it's a true sentiment. I'd love to find time. Of course you would. You're a salesperson. I'd love to learn more about your priorities. Of course you would. You couldn't be bothered to take the 5 minutes to open up Google or ChatGPT or anything to learn about that in advance. I'd love to learn more about your priorities and share how other companies are leveraging our what? World-class technology. And would you be open to just a quick 30-minute call next week? Yeah, because executives just have tons and tons of 30-minute white space in their calendar. Like, I used to write this all the time. A quick 30-minute call signals that we have zero appreciation or empathy of what an executive's calendar actually looks like. Finding 5 minutes is hard for them, let alone being like, sure, here's 30 minutes so I can teach you about me. And then, of course, we have the powerful ending, professional email or welding dreams. If you're not welding, you're melting. Now, most of them aren't that bad. But I will say, in all sincerity, I review thousands of cold emails written by sellers for target accounts that they themselves have said, I really want to win. There are many that don't look too far off from this. So this is what you're competing against, right? Everybody's out there, not everybody, many people are out there trying to use a message like this to pitch themselves. Yet we're the same people who skip commercials, skip ads, but yet we think that dropping an ad in an inbox is going to be an effective way to open the door to someone. So here's what's missing. What's missing is something called perceptual curiosity. Now, perceptual curiosity is a specific type of curiosity. You can see it defined here on the page. It's described as the curiosity we feel when something surprises us or something doesn't quite agree with what we know or think we know. And it's described as an unpleasant state, like an itch you need to scratch. And instead of scratching an itch, what we do as humans is we go and seek out information to relieve that curiosity. So I'll give you a perfect example. I was on Twitter back when it was Twitter, and I'm not a huge Twitter user, but I was on there for some reason. And I'm scrolling through my feed, and all of a sudden I see this tweet from this person named Pungal. So I did not open this tweet because I knew who Pungal was. I still don't know who Pungal is. It was just Pungal and then a bunch of like emojis. I opened it because the beginning of the thread said, most people believe that drinking 6 to 8 glasses of water is what's necessary to achieve hydration in a day. But few people know that that's actually based on zero medical evidence. Here's what actually drives hydration. Now, I don't know about you, but when I was growing up and through most of my adult life, I'd always heard the like 6 to 8 glasses of water. That's status quo, right? Like that's conventional wisdom. And so when you tell me that there's zero medical evidence for that, all of a sudden I want to start scratching, right? Because I'm like, well, I don't believe that's wrong. That's skepticism. Skepticism is incredible in a sales process, right? Particularly early, because when you are met by buyer skepticism, what that tells us is I'm hitting on something that they believe that might not be true. That's great. We want healthy skepticism. That's perfect. And so what did I do? Well, I opened the next part of that thread, that Twitter thread, and I started reading. And then I started reading more. And then I started reading more. And then all of a sudden at the end of that Twitter thread, it was like, and by the way, these principles of hydration, we've actually built into a product. And the product is this. And I was like, no, you got me. You got me. I would have never, ever opened that tweet if it was written like the email on the previous page. We have the world's leading hydration solution, because what would have been in the back of my mind is I already have a hydration solution. It's 6 to 8 glasses of water a day. You've given me no reason to reconsider my status quo. So you could tell me that this thing will make me grow a unicorn horn. I don't know why that would be ideal, but let's just go with it. You could tell me this thing will make me grow a unicorn. I still wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't even read that because it reads like an ad. Instead, what it did is it activated perceptual curiosity, where I was really intent on now understanding, why is this thing that I believed for so long, why is that not actually true? To me, all of the very best outbound messages I've ever read, whether you're talking on a phone, you're sending an email, you're doing a DM, whatever, they've all had that in common. They're not about the product. They're not about the solution. They're about taking that status quo, that conventional wisdom, and breaking it, but not giving all the answers up front. And so if we write an email like that, this is same product, but different. Our goal here is to build trust not by like, we have X number of customers or we got this rating or we're here on the Gartner Magic Quadrant. It's not by any of that. It's by building trust, by sparking that perceptual curiosity and letting that reader in on something that they may not know about the problem, but not getting all the answers in the test in the email, right? Because what we really are gearing towards is a conversation. So let me take you through this email as opposed to the first email I showed you. So this one, I'm just making the subject line Portsmouth. And this is a case where I am targeting a specific shipyard that just opened a new shipyard in, or shipbuilder that just opened a new shipyard in Portsmouth. So imagine the person that we're responding to, they just made this big announcement. Instead of sending all the cold email signals like congrats, which is how probably all of their inbox looks like right now, I'm just starting with Portsmouth so that they know this is probably about the Portsmouth facility. So here what I'm doing is instead of starting with congrats, which I beg of you, if you are writing on the back of a trigger, like a roll turnover, an announcement, anything, please don't start the email with congrats. It's how every seller starts their email. And it's that big red sign that says, I'm about to ask you for time. So instead what I'm saying is, I saw the news, read the new shipyard opening in Portsmouth. And my second line is building off of that. Not sure if the U.S. welder shortage is making it harder to find and retain skilled labor. So these two things speak to one another. I'm taking something that's important to the customer because the reader is selfish. And then I'm backing into, not sure if because of that thing happening, this problem is occurring. Line 3 is instead of making ourselves the hero, which is what we often do in cold emails where we start pitching ourselves, now I'm saying this other company, they were weighing the pros and cons of building an in-house welder university or using robotic welders. Now, this is taking a stab at what companies might be doing to solve that problem. It's a hypothesis. I don't have to be 100% right, but this is very common. So basically for a lot of these organizations that can't find enough welders, what they're doing is they're saying, we'll build in-house programs. You come here, you learn how to be a welder on us, which is a very expensive program. And then where I'm sparking curiosity is to say, open to hearing how they cut production time by 23% in their new plant. I'm not saying, and they used robotic welders and they saw these things, because now it just sounds like a sales pitch. What I'm teeing up here is an idea-based conversation. And then I'm closing it with something that does not make me sound like a desperate weirdo. I'm a huge fan of a PS or an either way. So here I might say, either way, looking forward to seeing you at this conference that's coming up. And then just my name, my company, and my cell phone. Now, nowhere in here, with the exception of using robotic welders, am I pitching my product. Instead, what I'm trying to do is I'm putting myself in the buyer's shoes. I'm imagining as a result of this thing happening, what might be harder? What have I seen other companies do? What pros and cons and different solutions have they weighed? And then now, what was the result of that? Because I will tell you, the reason executives go to meetings, they'll spend 2 days out of the office. The reason executives will be part of communities, the reason executives buy consultants is because every executive is always wondering, what are others doing that I'm not? What do they know that I don't? And they're so busy and limited in their ability to have those conversations that if you as a salesperson come in and instead of pitching your product, come in with the perspective of, I want to help you understand what others are doing, then mutually decide, well, that paints a very different impression of what that first call is going to be like, doesn't it? Right? If I looked at the first email, I'm like, I know what this first call is going to sound like. This is my movie trailer. This first call is going to be you pitching me on RoboForge X2000. This feels like it's going to be a conversation. It doesn't feel like someone who's desperate to hit a number. So my goal here is to build trust with what I know, not what I sell. In order to do that, we've got to think more like buyers and less like sellers. And so I don't think I had this realization until I got into a buying role. So after I left Challenger, I worked for a company called Lavender, and I was in a buying role. So I had, budget, I had things that the business was trying to solve, and it gave me a totally different perspective. When you're reaching out to an executive, every executive in the business, CMO, CIO, CLO, doesn't matter. They all report up through someone at the top. Now, if you're K through 12, that might be a superintendent. If it's a private company, it might be a founder. If it's a public company, it might be a CEO. I don't care. There's always someone at the top. And that someone at the top says, I'm going to set this set of objectives that we're going to solve for this year. Then every functional leader under that starts going through this line of thinking. Number one, what are all the things that could go wrong in my function that would cause us to screw this up? It's a perfect example. Most of us, I'm assuming, are in sales. If you're a head of sales and you've got 20 open territories and your CEO has said, we're going to grow 20% in the enterprise segment this year, and you've got 20 open seats. Well, that's a huge risk. The risk is I might not have enough people in seat to be able to generate that type of growth. So they're going to do a really long list of risks, everything they can think of. Number two, then they're going to start sizing those risks. So I'm going to show you a quote in a minute. But the way to think about this, the reason I preach about cost of inaction, which is COI, so much in my content, is because it mirrors how executives make prioritization decisions. They don't make decisions based on upside. They make it based on how much risk exists if I do not solve this problem. So that very long list suddenly starts to get very short as they start asking themselves this question: which of these problems, which of these risks can we get away with ignoring for now? It doesn't mean they don't represent pain. It doesn't mean they don't represent risk. But what do I believe we can kind of sit on for now? There's way too many problems in a business for any executive to action all of them. It's why sometimes you'll have a call, you'll get pain alignment, and then they come back and they're like, yeah, sorry, we just are going to sit on that for now. And then and only then do they say, for that very short list, what are our options to solve it? Not just what option do we have. Now, if you think about those two emails, I would argue that email number one is like, well, if you've decided to solve this problem, here's our thing. Do you want to learn more about it? Which means we're only really having a conversation with the very small percentage of the market that might already be shopping. And if they're already shopping, well, they're probably already looking at other competitors. I'm not saying don't talk to those people, but I am saying if you are putting all of your eggs in that basket and then wondering why so many deals die in the funnel, that's on us, right? True selling is about illuminating a need, right? It's not just let me wait until people discover it and then I'll be there with our brochure to show them how to do it. If we really want to do outbound, our job is to provoke that perceptual curiosity such that we get them thinking differently about the size of those risks. So first and foremost, we've got to understand that the conversation in a buyer's mind is very different. And this is a quote I love. I learned it from Nate Nasrallah. You can see here on the page, one of my favorite people. He wrote this post that talked about this Reid Hoffman quote. And Reid Hoffman said, being an executive is largely just about deciding which fires to let burn. And what that means is in any business, there is no shortage of fires. Everything's on fire all the time. But as an executive, you have to make really hard decisions around which fires are we going to let burn and which ones are we going to put out. And it's not a guarantee like that you pick the right ones, but that's the hardest part about being an executive is what do I let lie and what do I address? And so when we are opening up the conversation, imagine what happens after you hang up. Right? So you talk about your tool and it's the coolest tool ever. And your buyer says, I love it. And then they say, I'm going to socialize this. And then they hang up and they realize this has nothing to do with any of the things we're talking about in our executive leadership meetings. Yeah, I think it's a problem. I'm bothered by the fact that this happens. But now I have to find a way to like get this into an agenda. So there's 3 places it can fit. The conversation topic that you're talking about could either be after the executive leadership meeting. That's like where the person's waving down someone on the way to their bathroom and they're saying like, wait, by the way, like not related to what we were just talking about. I've got something I wanted to talk to you about. And they're like, not now. It can be subject matter that's being talked about in the meeting, or it could be the focus of the whole dang meeting. Now, if you have your choice of those 3, wouldn't we all want to pick a conversation topic that is the focus of the company's meetings, right? Like, wouldn't we want to be here? Because what we don't have to do here is make a case for why we should care. The company already cares. We're giving them a different way of thinking about it. So I love this quote because I think it really represents why so many of my deals used to die because I would fight little fires. I wasn't actually teaching or talking about the big fires that the company was thinking about. So there's this great quote from a book that's from like 1930s, Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And it's really simple. I don't think there's ever been a time where it's meant more, which is if you want to be interesting, be interested. Your reader is selfish because they have to be, not because they're bad people, but because they got 15,000 other people reaching out to them. They can't sit there and read every person's pitch because they'd never get their job done. So if we really want to capture the attention of our reader, if we know that the job of an executive is to figure out which fires to let burn, well, that should be our starting point, not our product. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you 3 prompts that I use to be interested in my buyer, in my outbound message. Then I'm going to show you how to assemble that into a framework. And then I'm going to show you how we scale it on the other side, because I know we're all thinking about scale. Now, I will call out, I am a paid user of ChatGPT. It's $20 a month. It's the easiest $20 I spend. If you are a paid user, you can do this. If you are a free user of ChatGPT, I cannot emphasize this enough, you will get garbage answers. So don't rely on ChatGPT. Personally, I would say pay the $20 because it's a lifesaver, but you have to have a paid program or paid account. Now, even if you have a paid account, your settings are probably such that O3, the model O3, is not a drop-down option. So very quickly, if that's you, if you just went to ChatGPT and you're like, wait a second, it's set to 5, not O3, here's how you do it. I'm not going to spend a ton of time here. You'll be able to see the slides later in the replay, but basically you have to go in and turn on legacy settings. Now, the reason I want you to do that is this. ChatGPT 5 is like, we'll figure out for you what's the right model to use. I don't really like it. Sorry, I don't like it. I love O3 because what you're going to see in these next few slides with my examples I'm showing are very clean tables that state the piece of information we need, they state the source, and they state why it's important. I have messed around with a bunch of AI tools. There's plenty that will be like, this company's big priority is driving customer growth. Whose isn't? Whose isn't? Right? What I'm craving is specificity. Specificity is what makes this work. If you're just saying generic things like, looks like you're trying to introduce new products into the market, please don't be bewildered when your prospects don't get back to you. So this is how you turn on O3. Here's the first prompt. Who is the account CEO and what are their most recent interviews regarding the company's 2025 growth strategy? I don't care what function of the firm you sell into. Every company, for the most part, exists to make money. If you can align with the things they're doing to make money, you will have a much easier time breaking in, so building pipeline, and a much easier time converting pipeline. So what you see here is an example. I was working with a client that was in the inventory management space, and one of the accounts that they were chasing was Crocs. And when I read the initial email, it was like, a normal email, right? Like, we'd love to talk to you about how we can enhance your brand and, optimize this and streamline that. And then we ran this prompt. And what we learned was that the company was basically in a kind of a big tailspin because they had just had all these tariffs that have been placed on them. And the CEO came out and said, listen, I'm so focused on inventory discipline, I'd rather miss a sale than erode margins. Now, curious enough, that is exactly what this company was focused on. But the original message was like in a different language. It was like, we want to enhance this and streamline that. When right there in front of him, this prompt took, I think, 60 seconds to get these results. He said, man, I can absolutely piggyback on that because if their goal is inventory discipline, I can show them how all these other companies have been able to make all these cost savings by doing this. Well, that feeds into what you see down at the very bottom, which is they announced a $50 million additional cost savings plan. So is a company likely going to be free willy-nilly spending lots of money on new tech when they're in a cost savings motion? No. They're likely to be extremely disciplined about taking meetings that are in line with this goal of inventory management. So the reason I share this is because when we think about that buyer, we first have to think about what is their company trying to achieve and how do I fit into that? Because the reader is selfish. So one of my favorite prompts, if you're reaching out to K-12, you can do superintendent. You can modify this based on whoever you're reaching out to. Second prompt. Now we're looking at the prospect level. So before it was like, what is the company trying to achieve? I need to understand what they as a business want to get done this year. Now I'm thinking about my prospect. Now I will give you a tip for this. I want you to just try this prompt on yourself. I did it on mine here because I think sometimes this helps build buy-in around like how good this can actually get. So the prompt is, what's hard about being this title at this account right now? You got to use the exact framing. right now is going to pull in all of the current events that are happening at the company. If you just say, what's hard about being the title at account, it's going to give you generic persona-based stuff, which I candidly don't care for. I care about the person who's doing the job right now, what's making it hard for them to do that job. So I did it on myself. I said, what would be hard about being the founder of Demand Gen right now? And look at some of the stuff that came up. Everyone suddenly sells AI for sales. Yeah, that's a huge threat to my business. If people think like, we don't even need to train sales teams, let's just have AI do everything. Of course, that's going to be a threat. Of course, that's something I'm thinking about. LinkedIn's algorithm just moved your cheese. Yes, I would say my cheese has very well been moved, right? So a lot of my business comes from the content I share on LinkedIn. If the algorithm is showing that to less people, well, that disrupts my business. Hiring that many you, is there a point in which I start thinking about building out this business? I love doing the prompt on yourself because I think it builds your confidence and understanding like how good of a read can AI have on that prospect level. So I do this because often what we lose to in deals is not a competitor. It's just something else is more important. So I don't have to wait till a discovery call to figure out what are all the hard things about being in this job right now. Normally we have to ask, what are your priorities and what keeps you up at night? We don't need to do that anymore because we can get a good hypothesis using AI. But again, the key here is the specificity of it. It's not, if this came back and said, customer acquisition, generating brand awareness, I would be like, this is trash. Every company needs, it's the specificity that makes this work. Now, number 3 is an iteration on that. So let's say you are selling to a finance buyer, but it's a smaller company. So the CFO wears a lot of hats. And they don't have a dedicated, let's say like, I don't know, accounts payable person, and you have an accounts payable solution. So this might be a place where I would then go in and ask it, what's hard about running payroll? Let's just say at Clay right now. Probably lots of you know Clay. So what it comes back with, again, is very specific insight. So Clay went from 20 to 100 plus people in 18 months. There are regulations that are changing. There's transparency and pay equity laws. They have a global team, which means there's different complexities in region. If I am selling a payroll solution, this is gold for me to know because now I can start putting pieces together to hypothesize what might be hard. And instead of saying things like, oh, it must be hard when your team is growing so much, I can get so much more specific to say 20 to 100 people. That's like, it's just a different layer of understanding. It conveys a different understanding of our prep. And then what we do is we put all those things together. Now, I call this problem prompting because we're not pitching a product in here. So this is a different iteration of that same email. So what you're doing is you're taking prompt number 1, which is, what is this company trying to do? And you're picking something that the company cares a lot about doing. So here we got a new shipyard opening. Then the second line that we talked about, you're pulling that from prompt 2 or prompt 3, which is what problems might be occurring as a result of this objective or this new initiative. You might take like 1 or 2 and kind of piece them together. I'm a big believer in one idea rule. Don't list like, you might be having this problem and this problem and this problem, because now you got nothing to say in email 2, 3, 4. More often than not, the reason we have such a hard time writing follow-up emails is because we put everything in email 1. Use the one idea rule. 1 problem, 1 objective. Then line 3, this is where we're going back to our own business. What are other companies that have been up against something similar? And then instead of asking for time or dropping a calendar link, which is just a dead giveaway that it's a cold email, you can frame it as like, are you open to hearing what they did? Right? That's trying to spark that curiosity. You're not saying, are you open to hearing how our product made everything better? That's a sales pitch. It's just like conversational. Are you open to hearing how they did it? And then either way or PS. I don't think there's a right or wrong way to do anything in sales, but I'm a big proponent of putting personalization at the end. And here's why. There's so many AI tools now that like pull this really forced fake personalization up front. And then they do like the hardest turn ever where it's like, hi, Jen, I saw you love rescue dogs. Anyway, we're the leading provider of IT and engineering talent. You're just like, ew, this is not the point of personalization. It was never to check a box to be like, look, I did it. Now back to me. Versus if you think about an executive who opens an email, them scrolling to the bottom of the email, looking for the ask for time or looking for the calendar link, and instead seeing something that's actually human. I think that's a great way to get them to say, oh, maybe I'll just go back and read up. Because the reality is it's something like 96% of all sales emails are automated. That's an insanely high number. So buyers are super skeptical. This is like the best time ever, in my opinion, to stand out by not doing the stuff that scales because everybody's running to scale. It's like show someone that you actually give a shit and you're there because you have intention. So I like personalization at the bottom. Play around with it, see what you get. But scale matters, right? Some of you have 10 accounts, some of you might have 200 accounts. There's a range. Here's my philosophy. You always write a better email if you write to one person at one account right now. On the other side of that, then say, where could I repurpose that message? This is in contrast to trying to write a message that's going to appeal to 1,000 people. It's like an impossible task. It's why so many cold emails end up talking all about us, because we're like, well, that's the one common thread is we're here to talk about us. Here, what we're doing is we're saying, that email that we just wrote, I can now get mileage out of that email by prompting AI with, give me 5 new companies with CEOs who've talked about opening a shipyard in the last 12 months. Because it's going to be a pretty similar problem state, right? So now I can just change the name of like the location site, change the subject line, but repurpose that message. And what it allows me to do is actually get scale out of it. So this is a great prompt for saying, now that I've written one great message for one person, how can I go get scale on the other side of it? Now, if you are saying, yeah, but isn't it easier just to send 1,000 emails? Like, yeah, of course it's easier to do that. But in sales, the hard work works because it's hard. There is no easy out solution. Otherwise, everybody would be doing it. Here are some things I've heard from folks I've trained. So at the top, there was a guy who'd been reaching out for over a year to a CIO, and everybody thinks no CIOs respond to cold emails. It's completely false. He sent the problem prompter style email, booked a meeting that same day. Like, that is the type of story that I get excited by because I think it reinstates our belief in outbound. Another one from someone who just booked their first meeting using it. Someone from a year ago who said, we're still using it. And now we figured out, because we understand the approach, we figured out smart ways on the other side to use AI to start generating first drafts of some of this. So again, I'm not saying you can't use AI, but the problem with relying on AI is if you don't teach it how to write in the way that's effective, it's going to give you the type of email we saw before. Or this was actually from the last Women in Sales session I ran over here. Same day after the webinar, she put together an email built on this practice. She sent it, and then her customer was calling her saying, I want to learn more. I want to learn more. And actually, more recently, she let me know that she had used this in a job interview, and the hiring manager said she did such a great job on the email that she wants her to teach it to the team of account managers of the company. So I share this not like anyone can sit through a webinar. It's what you do with it after. But I want people to understand, like, cold outbound is not dead. Cold email is not dead. Thoughtlessness is dead. You cannot get away with thoughtless wee-wee messaging today. So the question I would encourage you to ask yourself is, like, think back to that Netflix example I talked about in the beginning. What type of movie preview are you giving, right? Are you one of these sellers who doesn't seem to understand the buyer's role in the organization, doesn't talk about anything that's going on in the buyer, like that's relevant in the buyer's business, is not personalizing, and doesn't teach them anything new? If you are, what's the point, right? Like, what's the point of even doing this? We're hoping that numbers and volume is going to work in our favor, and we have every reason to see that it's not. So consider, this is a reflection of you. How you open a deal largely dictates how easy it is for you to win it. So when you think about cold outbound, think about it this way. Our job is to help prospects think differently about themselves before we ask them to think differently about us. Provoke perceptual curiosity. Give them a reason that isn't about how many, Gartner Magic Quadrants you're on. Give them a reason to reconsider their belief system if we want to tackle status quo and no decision. And if you like this and you say, we could really use the help, come on in, Jen. This is what I do full time. So I've worked with organizations that you see here on the page. We do an outbound workshop. We work on this with real accounts with the hope that you book more meetings on the other side. But even if you don't do this, you can take and apply what we learned today. And my ask is this: if you book a meeting using this, please DM me on LinkedIn and let me know. I love to celebrate sellers' success. This job is hard. Prospecting is hard. And frankly, I just love hearing your wins. So please, if you try it, let me know how you modified it. Let me know what worked. And with that, let me say a very big thank you for spending this hour with me. And you have so much more good programming to come. So thank you, Women in Sales. Thank you all that attended. It's been a joy.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We're really excited to have this power packed panel that we're going to talk about owning your power. I'd love to just go around the horn and have everybody tell you a little bit about what authority they have to be speaking here today to each of you. So I'll start with you, Rashida. Would you mind just giving us one or two sentences quick on what brought you here today?
Yes. So my name is Rashida Hughes. I've been in sales for over 20 years and leadership for 12. And why I am great for this panel, being a Black woman in sales, and particularly being a woman in sales, had to overcome multiple hurdles, and kind of pull and pick myself up. So for me, I want to speak on, topics where women don't have to go through this day in, day out.
Awesome. I love that. Helping people skip some of the messy middle and get a little bit more to effective power quickly. Thank you. Priya, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, Priya Voss. I'm Chief Revenue Officer at Shellman. And I think over the last 20 years, so Rashida, we're kind of neck and neck in terms of unfortunately our tenure in our sales career. I've realized that we need more women speaking up about what it means to be a woman in sales, because a lot of us did not come up with that role model in knowing what it could be for us to create our own space. And so I take it as a responsibility at this stage of my career to have conversations to show women who are earlier in their careers that there is a place for us in this industry, in this space.
And I think that's one of the reasons I love women in sales is because I'm with you, Priya. I did not grow up seeing other people who looked like me in the boardroom, or even in the team that I was on, the revenue team I was on. So it's amazing to have this community and the opportunity to share this with so many. Kylie, tell us a little bit about your journey.
Yeah, I'm Kylie Mosser. I think I'm on year 17, so just behind y'all, in sales. And similar to what you both have said, I've been the first or the only in many rooms, and also watched a lot of things transform and hoping to make a change so that they can transform even further in the future. So I work with a lot of really early in their career, or just starting out, or maybe pivoting salespeople. So I'm pretty passionate about lifting up diversity in all ways that I can, and helping where I can.
Well, that gives us a great foundation, I think, to dive into the first topic. And just to introduce myself, I'm Shannon Plum. I think have you all beat 24 years in sales, and resonate with so much of what each of you said as far as reason for being here. And I would love to help women not have to figure this out on the hard way on their own. And so I'm really excited about this panel today. And we're going to dive right in. I think it's a continuation of what each of us just talked about in our little vignettes. But I want to understand, to set the stage, what are some of the challenges that each of you have faced as a woman in sales leadership? And then maybe tactically, how did you overcome those changes? What gifts can you give to somebody else about a way to actually move through those quickly? Anyone want to get started?
Yeah, I'll jump in.
Oh, go ahead, Kylie.
I was going to say, I think there's a big one that we've all seen in some capacity, and that's either coming off as too soft or too aggressive. One extreme, I tend to fall in the latter, unfortunately. But I think Early on, it was incredibly frustrating to say something in a room and not be received in the same way that my male counterparts were. And so I had to work really hard at just figuring out how do I intentionally communicate with the people that I'm trying to resonate with? And how can I lead with facts and data and less with feelings and passion? Not to cut out all the passion, that's staying, but more with facts and data and just speak to the room who I was trying to resonate with. So I think that's probably the biggest one for me.
That's a great tidbit. So lead with facts and data, not emotion. Rashida, Priya, any add-ons to that?
Yeah, I think a lot about like the intersectionality of what it means to be a woman in the workplace. I think a lot of times we talk about mothers in the workplace, but there are so many different types of women, whether you're a caretaker for an elderly parent or you're single and you're navigating life by yourself. I think one of the things that I feel like and I still face is like this one dimensionality of what it means to be a woman in sales. Um, Early in my career, I was applying for a role, and the question I got from the male interviewer was, "Are you sure you want to take on a demanding job? Shouldn't you focus on having kids and your family?" I know, yeah, mine. You can't say that, FYI, but it felt so intrusive and like, how do you know what's good for me? Like, I'm stepping into this next part of my career because this is what I'm designing and for what I want. And so I think the topic of standing in your power is like, own your identity as you're also navigating your career. Just because, one woman in the workplace is, facing one challenge, they're not all the same. And so I do think it's like there are so many different types of ways we show up in the workplace. And I think that's why women have to show up for women in sales and we have to amplify each other. But yeah, it was one of these moments being like, I wouldn't be here if I didn't know that this was the best next thing for me. But how dare you think that you know better for me than I do?
Yeah, how assumptive, right?
Totally.
And no one would have ever said that to one of your counterparts who was not female.
No.
Obviously. Yeah, so I love that idea of knowing what's best for you and just walking in and owning it, not even letting those little hints make you question just what you solidly know internally, forging through with that. And also that's a huge red flag, Priya, that this probably is not the best place for me to work.
I did not take that job.
Kudos to you. Kudos to you. Rashida, anything from your side?
Yeah, for me, uh, I saw a lot of issues with celebrating wins, and having to reserve my success and not showing like, hey, I can play ball with the guys as well too. And so for me, it was overcoming that it's okay to be successful in sales as a woman in a more male dominated arena when I started. And I was very reserved at the beginning, and that hindered me from my success. And so I had to learn that being able to stand in my wins and stand on my wins as well too. And if people are not comfortable with it, that's a them problem and not a me problem. But I'm here to be successful, and I'm in sales to make money and close deals. And I'm not here just to be a pretty woman in a space, but I'm actually here and dedicated to sales and into my role.
That's amazing. Well, that takes me to the next question, which I think is just an offshoot of where you left us, Rashida, which is how can you effectively advocate for yourself when it comes to those promotions, those raises? You talked about celebrating wins, but obviously getting a promotion is an aggregate of a whole bunch of wins. And if us as women are not confident enough to stand in our power and say, I did that, that was me, or look what I just did, which I know a lot of us feel I'm just doing harsh generalizations, but I know I can speak from my experience. There have been times in my career where I've not been confident enough to go, look what I just did and how amazing am I, and really own that. Is there something that you think has worked in that advocation of those aggregations of the wins in order to get the promotion, to say like, hey, put me on that committee, or I'd like to be in that speaking spot? What has worked for you guys?
I would say for me, it's just speaking up. Something that I see a lot of early career women do, and just women in general, they'll be reserved to saying, I'll wait for someone to tap me on the shoulder. And something that I've always told women, and I speak about this a lot, If you're sitting there waiting for someone to tap you on the shoulder, it's not going to happen. You have to take those risks. And then if you want to step up in your career, you got to take those risks and say, hey, manager, I'm ready to take on this enterprise deal at XYZ company. I'm going to build a team and I'm going to close it. And it's having that confidence. I think that's something that we as women have to walk in our self-confidence. You know, there's multiple levels of confidence, but believing in yourself. Because if you don't believe in yourself, then who will, kind of thing. And I know that's cliche, but you got to believe in yourself and you have to exude that a lot of times. Unfortunately, is it fair? No. But this is the world that we live in, where you have to walk in your purpose and you have to show folks that I'm here and I mean business, and you're not going to just skip over me just because I'm a woman.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And what I'm hearing you say is self-confidence, but I don't know if you would agree. I feel like a lot of women have self-confidence, but using your voice and having self-confidence are also two different things that can at times not be true at the same time. So, Priya, I know that you've led some really big teams. How do you help other women on your team who you know have the self-confidence, but maybe aren't using their own voice, be seen for the accomplishments and the wins that they've had?
Yeah. I think first it's modeling those moments. So I think a lot of times, like so again, we all agreed, right? We didn't have, a lot of us didn't have female role models that we kind of worked with or could aspire to be. And so we haven't seen vulnerability modeled with confidence, right? We haven't seen authenticity the way women show up. And so it's really scary to be the first one that kind of just is like, hey, I'm burned out, right? Who wants to say that in a group of people that seem like they have everything put together, right? Or who wants to raise their hand and ask for help when everyone seems like they've got it locked up, even though we all know no one's got it all figured out. And so I think for me, it's a lot of times modeling those behaviors. So the women on my team, if they're feeling those moments of doubt or self-confidence challenges, that they're like, okay, it's not going to make me look worse. No one's going to trust me less if I raise my hand and say, you know what, I don't have this, or I need additional help, or can you help me role play before we go into that big meeting? Because I don't know if I'm going to nail the pitch. My teams see me do that all the time and say, like, you know what, like, I'm actually asking for help. I'm reaching out to my network. I don't know the answer to this question. I'm pulling in somebody else for help. And because I think sometimes we feel like we have to be right 100% of the time in order to be taken seriously or in order to be trusted. And it's all about learning, right? Being wrong or getting something wrong doesn't mean you're bad at the job. It doesn't mean you don't deserve it. It means you're a human, and that's part of the learning and growth process. And so for me, it's as much as I can model those moments where I don't have it all put together all the time, right? Sometimes I tell my team, like, this is a timeout moment. I got to walk away from my computer. I need to go take a walk because I'm not going to be great on this next call unless. And I think if we can lean into that as like, that's how we do actually get our power, because we can be emotionally regulated. We can be authentic. But I think it's showing those moments of weakness in order to show up in those moments where you just crush it and we do have it all figured out.
No, very well said. Modeling in that safe environment, showing others that it's safe to say, I don't have it all together all the time. I love that. So shifting just a little bit, I think we touched on this at the beginning, but we keep coming back to it and in skirting around this idea of showing up perfect or showing up professional. And so much of that, I think, is showing up as a human, right? Showing up that's saying that we don't have it all figured out, or I'm having a bad day, or I see what you're going through and being empathetic to that. I think in business, and tell me if my assessment is wrong, a lot of people see empathy as a failure or a challenge or something that maybe they don't lean into. But I think it's just one of the superpowers of females in leadership is that we have empathy. I think a lot of us have been through hardships and we've fought really and struggled to get here with without role models or without sponsorship. And so we exude empathy. How do you balance this idea of I can show up with empathy, but I'm also professional and I'm powerful and I know what I'm doing or where I'm headed? How do you balance those two things? Because I think a lot of people think of them as either or, not and.
I
still
can get a
think
start. I can get a start. So it's funny. I never thought this was something that I like possessed. I had a senior leader join one of my all hands calls, and afterwards he was like, you got this really cool mix. You like thread the needle between compassion and accountability. And I was like, oh, thank you. I'm going to steal that from you. Like, I love that. But I think it's around, for me personally, it's around setting clear expectations, modeling what great looks like, helping people get there, and then holding people accountable for results. If you've never done something for the first time. So if I think about like first time sellers, right? We've promoted them from an SDR into a first time AE role. They don't have thousands of repetitions of deals and negotiations. So I'm not going to fault you for maybe bungling a negotiation call with procurement if you've never done it before. It's all part of the learning process. And I think that's where that empathy is like, I've been in your shoes before. Can I tell you a story about when my first, really tough negotiation? And so I think that like we have the ability to put ourselves, right, the definition of empathy in that individual's shoes, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you are not driving for results. I think that's the part where it's like you can be absolutely driven and results oriented, but you can be nice about getting there. You don't have to be a jerk in order to win deals. And I think that's being in a male dominated industry has created. In order for you to be a hard charging seller, in order to be great at negotiation, you have to be a jerk. Like my biggest deal I ever closed, I went to drinks with the procurement person, not my client, the procurement person when it was done, because we felt really good about the negotiation. It was win-win. And that was the magic that we brought to the deal. And that's where I think we can change buyers' mindsets on what a great sales process is. Because I think we just bring a different tone and tenor and temper to the call that I think it's totally possible. But I think, again, we've only seen that stump the chump leader or the guy that shows up that, pounds their fists on the table, and you think that command is the only way to drive results. You can drive results and say, like, I want to help you get there. Let's figure out how we get you over your quota. That's compassionate, but I'm also holding you accountable for the results that we need to achieve at the end of the day.
Such a skill set. Rashida, I saw you vividly boggling your head. Is there anything you want to add to that?
So yes, Priya, you hit on a lot of key elements of what empathy and driving for results looks like. And in my world, that is leadership, that is sales success. And I think what people don't understand is that I'm going to take a little bit deeper of sales has changed. So back in the day, yes, sales was about being straightforward. I'm the subject matter expert. You have to buy from me. Whereas now the world has changed in the way people consume and receive feedback and just receive marketing or a salesperson. You have to be empathetic. You have to show that you care. And as sellers and sales leaders, showing that empathy shows that, one, I'm coming down to a human level and understanding where you're at. And from there, we can build up to hit these type of goals or numbers. And so for me, I struggle with empathy a lot in my early years of leadership because I grew up in sales in a male dominated area of being a jerk. I had to be a jerk because that is what I saw, right? And I'll never forget my manager pulled me aside and said, you got to show empathy. You're not showing it. So mine was a little bit different where I learned from the guys. And so it was just like, and I need it now, whereas I had to learn to be empathetic. And once I stepped into my empathetic leadership, it was seamless and I was more likable. I saw the results a lot more. And I was able to build a tribe behind it. Whereas before, people were like, I'm scared to approach you, have conversation. Whereas now, having an open door policy, showing that I care, I'm able to build people's confidence up. So my experience was a little bit different, but I align that you have to have empathy if you're going to be in sales and be a sales leader.
Absolutely. And thank you for sharing that story. It sounds like you had to step into your authentic self. Like you had put on a mask of what your male counterparts were doing, thinking that would get you there, and it didn't. And kudos to your manager who noticed that and pulled you aside. That's a really great leadership to see that and pull that out of somebody. And I think this is maybe a good pivot point. And Kylie, I'd love to hear your perspective on this. So being authentic is a word that I think a ton of people are throwing out right now, and it means different things to different people. And I don't think there's one definition of authentic, nor do I think that your authenticity is the same as everyone else's, right? It's bespoke to each person. What's something that you think is really authentic to you that you wouldn't see in a job description? You wouldn't see it written down as something that you need to bring into sales leadership, but you think it has really set you apart as a sales leader?
Um, I think Priya touched on it a little bit earlier, but I think it is so important when you're being authentic not to try to give off the perception that you have it all together, because none of us have it all together. And if I have it all together today, I might not tomorrow. So I think that's where it all starts. But I think one thing that I had to really make a shift to, I went from a full in-office role, even during COVID, I never went remote, to a full remote role. And so I've worked really hard trying to create those connections and safe spaces and cultures of accountability remotely, and that takes a lot of intention. So I think before, much like Rashida said, I also had a hard time showing empathy. When I tried to make this shift, I wasn't going to get there without the empathy. There was absolutely no way I could pop onto a camera, never meeting my team face to face, and say, listen to me because I'm the boss, right? That's not how it works. So I think just being able to create those safe spaces and connections remotely and in today's world and how we're all moving and not in the same place, I think that goes really far, and you have to have the empathy there to make that work.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think that the instance of remote work versus in person definitely has different layers of complexity to it when it comes to owning your power as well as showing empathy. So, taking a little segue off of that, when you think about owning your power in a remote world where people aren't listening to your calls in the office, it's not like you're sitting cubicle to cubicle and someone's going, awesome job on closing that customer. Way to go. You handled that objection very beautifully. How are you advising your teams, or how would you advise our audience today to do this in a remote world? How do you say, hey, I just had this amazing win? What channels are you using? How are you owning that in a remote environment?
Well, it's funny. I realize that as you elevate in leadership, your team doesn't always want to include you in all the conversations. So we have our revenue team chat, but then all my sellers have their own chat, which I actually love, right? And so I think about like building community and connection virtually. It's really hard. I mean, they were all hired separately. We live in different places. But one of the things is like, think about ride-alongs, right? When we were all out in the field and selling, like we would go out and travel with our manager and do sales calls, and they'd give us feedback. I'm like, you can still do that virtually. So I've been, encouraging my team, like, do a sales call together, right? You may be hearing different cues than one of the other members of our team, right? Like clients say, hey, we're all part of the team here. We've got different experience. Like we're here to provide a great experience for you. And then debrief. I'm like, oh, I liked how you answered that question, or I really liked where you took that next thing. So I think you can have fun. The other thing that I love doing, especially from a demand gen, like you've been calling that same account over and over again. You're like, oh my gosh, they will never pick up. I'm never going to switch account lists for a little bit. See if you can like go get, because I think you're more bold when you're not emotionally invested in an account. So I think a lot of times it's like, hey, here are the 5 accounts I just cannot get through on my list. You want to give me 5 and we'll try and get meetings for each other. Like it's a way to gamify it and have fun, but also like know that this is a team sport. It's not an individual sport, and it feels like that virtually.
It certainly
Yes.
does. And I always used to like to say we're either going to win together or not. We have to help each other in order to do that. So love those tips and tricks. Rashida, did you have something, or Kylie?
Yeah, so for me, it's teaching my folks to work cross-functionally. Like you can't win a deal if you're not working cross-functionally. And whether that's the contract department, finance department, marketing department, I push my folks to work with everybody because it takes everybody to get across the finish line. So as a leader, it's my job to expose them to the different departments and say, these are your go-to people. And I'm telling them during one-on-ones, reach out. If you're struggling, reach out, or reach out to that AE who can possibly help you close the deal. because sales is harder right now. I think we've all identified that, and it's going to take a pipeline to close the pipeline at this point. And so you have to rely on each other right now in sales in order to close deals. In the past, it was a one-man band, and I was that way, and I think a lot of folks can agree with that. But if you're not able to work cross-functionally and pull any additional help, you can't win these deals at this state that we're in right now. And I think it's critical that salespeople understand that and use your resources, right? I think there's a lot of resources out there that a lot of us on this call didn't have 20 or 15 years ago. And so utilizing the resources, but also using people within your organization is critical too.
Absolutely. Yeah, the lone wolf persona in sales is less and less as the winner when it comes to the cross collaboration, the more complex sales. And honestly, we all know that the buyer is doing so much more research before they even get to talk to us. So even more to have behind the scenes support as to what that looks like and where they might have engaged to get that additional information. So when you think about teams, and I know everybody on this call manages teams right now. So speaking about how you inspire and empower other women on your team to do these things that you've talked about, are there things that you're looking for? Are there coaching opportunities? It might not even be on sales team. I think this is also a great cross-functional opportunity to see women that are sitting in contracting or maybe on the engineering team that we can help lift up as well. How are you empowering and inspiring them other than modeling, which I think is a great way to start, right? It's just they're watching you just innately because you're a woman and they're very few of them maybe in the organization and leadership roles. Any other ideas on that? Kylie, you want to go first?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we all try to make an effort to mentor, but I also think it's really important to note that there's a difference between mentoring and empowering and lifting up. You can mentor and give advice and feedback, but you also have to be willing to raise others up when you're in a room that they're not in. So I think whether it's speaking yourself in a room about somebody where they're not there, or just making those connections where somebody else can say their name in a room they're not in, that's hugely important, especially today. So I try to do that as much as I can. And then on the flip side, it's just all about like, how do we get more women into these roles? How do we create a space where they can get there? And then how do we create a space where they want to stay there? Because a lot of them get there and then they leave. So I think that's part of it, trying to just make small changes that all add up to big changes.
Yeah, no, this is a great point. And Christina Brady, who we'll hear talk later today, talks a lot about sponsorship, which is not only saying like, you can do it, but actually going in there and like talking about them, sharing their wins, shouting their successes from the rooftops and advocating for them to get into these positions that will help them, accelerate their career and make a difference and make an impact. I also think it's important here just to double down onto, this isn't just women. There's so many men out there who support and advocate for women. So finding those sponsors also in the organization that can also help. It doesn't have to just be women supporting and sponsoring other women. I've seen so many instances in companies today where men, and a lot of them are partners of women in sales. They come in and say, hey, you got something amazing over here. Like, pay attention to that woman, that they should be at this table in this conversation.
When I'm glad you said that, because I feel like we started out calling all of our male counterparts jerks at the beginning of the call. It's not the case. There's lots of incredible men out there. One tip, I have loved working for men who have loved working for women. So it's actually an interview question that I will ask if I'm interviewing for a role, of like, hey, can you tell me about a role model you have that you've worked for who's a woman? And it's very clear those who are like, oh my gosh, I loved working for her, or she's somebody I keep in touch with. And those are honestly the men that I would go and work for 10 out of 10 times over and over again. And so I think absolutely finding the organizational spaces where there is room to say like, no, like there isn't that hierarchy, or I'd love to create that space. And so I think that's really important. I also think just to add to what you said, Kylie, I think both internally and then externally. We know this world is small. I mean, Jen Allen, who was our keynote this morning, her and I go back. We started our careers together at the same organization. You never know who you're going to run into. So I think also connecting women outside of the four walls of your organization. So to that point of sponsorship or mentorship, maybe it's like, hey, I know somebody who's tackled that same challenge or who's worked with that same customer. Why don't I actually connect you so you can actually build that? I think the more network we've cultivated, I think that also can really support kind of those moments of power of like, all right, there's like 15, 20 people I know that have supported me to get here, not just in my reporting line, but, east, west as well.
Such an important call out. Yeah. And I love that idea of who's a woman you've worked for that you admire. I also find that men who are raising girls, who are thinking about the future for their children. So girl dads tend to also be really great advocates because they want to see the world better for the women that they're raising, the soon-to-be women in their lives. So that's also really important. I want to switch a little bit and I want to talk a little bit more about diversity. I know DEI has gotten, kind of a bad rap and we've all gone away from saying it, but honestly, when you dig a little deeper, it's still there. They're just using different terms to describe it and marketing it in different ways. What are some ways that you, in a position of power and owning your power, you've found the ability to sponsor, to advocate for the diversity and inclusion of different types of people in your sales organization? This honestly goes below and beyond just women. It could be bringing people that don't have sales backgrounds into sales. Like teachers are amazing sellers. They have to stand up in a classroom and get, 40 bright-eyed, energetic children to
And then
follow them on a path. Like how that's sales 101 right there. But I'd love to hear some examples of ways that you have increased diversity or advocated for diversity within your organizations.
So I'll start it off as being a Black woman in tech sales is less than 3% in tech just overall, and in leadership is less than 1%. And I'm sure those numbers have decreased with everything that's going on right now. So for me, it is extremely important it's a threefold with me. Of one, seeing people that look like me in the rooms that I'm in. So being in leadership, but getting young Black people into tech sales is something that, again, and we've discussed this before transparently, we're not exposed to it. So just starting at the bottom of exposing young Black kids into understanding that tech is just not, engineering and putting computers together. There's a piece of tech sales, right, that you can join in and still get into the tech world. So it's the exposure piece for young Black kids and understanding that you can make a lot of money. It's a career. It's not just something you're paid hourly, and you can really expand your life and change your life. The second piece is, from a diverse standpoint, is I want to see more women. I'm very big with that. That's one of the reasons why I joined Women in Sales, is because I did not have that growing up in the sales world. And so it's critical that I'm having women on my team as well, too, who love sales and can understand they can be their authentic self and say they're having, a crabby day today and I need to take it off for, their personal reason. And I'm understanding that as a woman, because I couldn't go to my boss and say I'm having XYZ going on and I just need a mental moment because my kids just drove me nuts and I need to just pull out for 5 minutes, and just reset. And we've all done it as women. I just had to go off on my son, and you're like, I completely understand. I had to do that this morning too on my drive to work, and that's a good feeling, because I didn't have that. It was like I couldn't go in and say anything to that nature. And the last part is, I want people to understand we gotta lean in on the early career folks. I'm hearing a lot of stuff about I don't have early career people. Y'all got to get with it. They are our future, y'all. So yes, they are tech bound. Yeah, they like Twitch and all this. We have to adapt. I don't think we're adapting. And these early career folks have a lot to offer us. And we got to learn from them. And so me being an SDR manager, I had to take off my old school hat and learn how they're doing things. They're using ChatGPT. They're using technology. They want to use video. And I had to get with the program, right? Because they are our future. And so planting the seeds in the early career folks. And that's how I build my teams. And I want older people as well too. Let me be clear. It's not twofold, but I think we have to think about what does the world really look like? And that's how your team should look.
That's wonderful. I love that sentiment of trying to make teams that reflect what exists in the world rather than some bubble of curated people that are not reflective of the actual world out there. Kylie, Priya, anything you'd like to add to that?
I think I can chime in on the hiring piece specifically, because as hiring managers, we all have the ability to make a difference on this specific topic. There are so many things we can do that we don't think of. One is just as simple as the wording that we place in our job descriptions, right? Changing requirements to must-haves, taking out the aggressive terms that are like, I need a rock star, I need a killer, whatever. Taking out things like that. And then also going and placing your jobs in spaces that have diverse candidates, right? There are tons of organizations that will help you do that, Women in Sales being one. And so being really intentional about that instead of just having a pool of candidates that all look the same. And not only, look or the things that we think are obvious, just like diverse backgrounds, different experiences. They all bring something unique to the table. So I think just being intentional about where you're placing the jobs can go a long way. And it's super simple to do.
And there's technology out there. You can actually run your job description through and it will tell you what you're profiling, who you're speaking to. You can actually ask it to remove, words that would skew male or female or aggressive. So a lot of technology out there to support that. It's a great call out. I love it.
Shannon, I'd add one more thing. I think it's so our responsibility to help educate or shed light when the folks around us are not thinking about, inclusivity. So I'll give you an example. So we have putting together a client pitch, and, we're putting together pre-sales, and, all the different folks are going to support the team. We had a female buyer, executive sponsor, and an entirely male team. That was part of the deal team. I'm like, hey, listen, this is an opportunity for us to actually bring a more diverse team and highlight who our client is. Right? I think clients want to see themselves in their, the client engagement that they're working with, or a vendor or a partner that they're working with. And so that wasn't something that anybody had noticed, but I was flipping through like the agenda. I'm like, we don't have a single woman coming to this presentation. But also calling it out where it is. Like sometimes I think we tend to sit back and get quiet when we do see these moments where we're not being inclusive. Personal example, I was building a successor for a role that I had, and I had nominated a member of my team, and I hope she's watching this, who is stellar. One of the best sellers I have ever come across in my career, because her motivation is helping her client solve problems, and that's her clear DNA. But she was very emotional. She cared very deeply. She cared so deeply that she advocated for her clients that internally she maybe had the perception she was a little bit difficult. And so when I recommended her as a successor, a senior leader was like, there's no way she could be a leader. There's no way. And like, you wouldn't say that about a male counterpart who is emotional because they got angry when they lost a deal, or they had a temper. That's also emotion, by the way. Temper is an emotion, just like being frustrated, right? Or being very vocal is an emotion. And so it was a hard conversation to have, but I had to stand up for her. And she's the number one performer in that role still to this day, because we gave her that opportunity. And I didn't let that voice that wanted to diminish that diversity in our team just role because it was power dynamics. It was a really difficult thing, but I would definitely say for those who are on the phone, if you're observing in your organization or in a situation where we're trying to squash an opportunity for a woman, you gotta stand up, because we are going to be the ones that stand up for each other.
I love that. What a great example. And thank you for giving real life examples. I think that helps everything be put into perspective. And it is each of our responsibility. And I would say not only as leaders, but also as the lowest on the totem pole in an organization, when you see something like that, to do something about it, to advocate, taking it to your manager, speaking up. I know it feels incredibly scary, but we're not going to get to this idea of diversity and having all these things that we've been talking about unless we're all brave. Bravery is such an important thing that we can bring to the table. Really, really digging deep and doing that, I think, is very important. So switching just a little bit, we've talked about, looking for job diversity and being careful about our profiles and our job descriptions and how we word things. What are some other systematic changes that we could make to create more opportunities for women in sales?
I'll go first. There are so many, and I'm not a mom myself, but I'm so passionate about that one. Leave policies, pay while you're out, making flexibility an option, creating ways that moms don't feel like they get to a point and they have to make that change and decide which path to go down. Because not only does that impact that group of women, it impacts everyone behind them, because then again, we're in that cycle where we have less models because there are just inherently less women in those roles. So it's a loaded topic that I could talk about forever, so I'll leave it at that, but very passionate about that one.
No, great call outs there for sure. Anything you want to add, Rashida or Priya?
I would say for me, making sure that women are leaning on each other and showing up for each other. And something that I've seen in the last 3 to 5 years is women are tending to lean in on each other more and support each other more. And I could speak for that from being in Women in Sales. So I spoke at another event, and like the women shouted me out here at Women in Sales, and they were supportive of me, and we hung out, and we're creating a sisterhood where we can communicate, we can talk about the same things, and we had a great time. And so what I want to see continue is what we're doing right now in Women in Sales. And I can speak for, because I've been here a long time and I've just seen the growth. And so the women that are attending today understand that this group is who you need to lean on for your success. Every single member here has something to offer. And I'm literally speaking from experience. This is not something cliche that I'm saying. I have gotten women jobs off of Women in Sales. I have got women to speak from Women in Sales. I have got women promotions from Women in Sales, from the tools, the partnerships. Listen, you guys, and I'm pitching, but I'm pitching for a reason. This is really real and it works. But it only works if we stick together as women. We have the men. I'm not bashing the men. But as women in ourselves, we have the power to continue to push this up. And I meet women all the time that are in sales, and I tell them to join Women in Sales. This is a true story. You guys came to Atlanta, and a young lady needed a job. I told her, join the Slack channel. She was like, what is that? I said, here's the Slack channel. She has a job right now as an SDR at a big company here who is our partner and working as an SDR, and I'm now her mentor as well too. So she was an Uber driver, just so you know. And she used what we have here between me telling her what to do. She came to the Atlanta event. I connected her with some people and she got the role. That's the power that we have in this organization. Like, that's just one of my examples. Like, use this to your advantage. Yes, there are a lot of women that are unemployed right now. Network, just stop liking stuff, connect with the people, have conversation, get on a Zoom, have a coffee chat, go to the local events. It works. I'm telling you that. I'll jump off my spiel, but I love Women in Sales.
Well, there deeper. Be brave. Show up in person. Do the things that scare you. I always think about the quote of like, do one thing a day that scares you. It scares you. That's all the more reason to lean in and tackle it. You'll feel so accomplished. And all those little things that you do where you're brave help bring up your self-esteem, help you feel more confident, right? It's just, you got to exercise the muscle or it fatigues, right? Depletes. So I'm going to switch. We just have a few minutes left here with our session. And if you could go back and give your younger self just one piece of advice about standing in your power, what would it be? And I'd love everyone to answer this from your diverse perspectives.
All right, I'll start. Because it actually was in my first ever performance review, and I thought it was weird feedback, and then I kind of shrugged it off, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Saying no is a good thing. Learn how to say no. And that's both in selling environments. I think a lot of times, especially when we're new in selling roles, we think we got to say yes to everything a client wants, and that's the way you win a deal. No is a very powerful word, but I think it draws boundaries and it also asserts your power when you can offer an alternative when you do say no. It's like, I'm not doing that, but here's what I will do. Or, I don't agree with that plan, but here's what I do think is better. I think it allows you to create space in your voice. And it's a good muscle to build. But I think I said yes to a lot of things. And I love Brene Brown. She talks about in Dare to Lead, like, you got to hustle for your worth. No, you don't. You just don't. I think when you put yourself in places where you lean on your superpowers and your strengths, good things are going to happen. And so I do think if it doesn't serve you, say no.
Great advice. Kylie, Rashida?
Yeah, I think we have touched on it earlier in the call today, but don't wait for someone else. I think that's what I would go back and say. Also, the number one piece of advice I give early in their career salespeople is go find people outside of your organization. Do not silo yourself. Go get a second opinion on whatever it is that's happening inside of your organization. Just go find a tribe. Find like-minded people. Find people that create a safe space for you. Try to find people where you're doing the least in the room, right? I want to be in rooms with people who are doing things that are bigger than I'm doing and that I can learn and I can be like, oh, I can do that. So just don't wait. I think that's the biggest piece for me.
And I would say for me, continuously say to yourself, you have earned the spot that you're in. It was not given to you. So many times as being a woman in sales, it's like, oh, they just gave it to me. They just gave it to me. No, you earned the position. You've earned your pay. You've worked hard. You set the goals. You've done the sacrifice to get there. And so being able to love the space that you're in as well, too, with the earning of it, love the space that you're in and continue to grow within that space.
Such amazing sage advice. I hope everyone was taking notes. If not, I'm sure we're going to send this out for everybody to transcript and to figure out all the things that you want to follow. But thank you so much to three powerful women for being here. It was a pleasure to have this conversation with you. I think it's such an important topic, and glad that we had the opportunity to share it with the group today. So thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am super excited for this next session. I have the joy and privilege of being here with Jessica from the Zoom Info team. So, we're going to be doing a little fireside chat, and the theme of this one is strategic business intelligence and collaborative problem solving. So, we're going to deep dive into Jess's background. She's going to teach us a few things today, and I'm super excited. But first and foremost, thank you so much for being here. Can you introduce yourself and also one of our marquee event sponsors, ZoomInfo? Tell us a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here and just give the backstory on what I do and what I see other amazing account executives and account managers doing to really create that strategic, trusted advisory and partnership with customers. And so, as Alexine said, my name is Jess Hipskin. I am a strategic account manager with ZoomInfo. I've been in sales for over 20 plus years of my life, showing my age a little bit. And then I've been in tech sales for over a decade. So excited to give you guys some of my wins, as well as some of the areas where we've seen some losses as well. A little bit about ZoomInfo. So while some people and some organizations think about us as a contact and data company, we're so much more than that. We are known as the go-to-market revenue intelligence platform, specifically to help B2B organizations with their go-to-market motions.
Amazing. Amazing. And we are actually headed into our second year of partnership together with ZoomInfo. So they have been an amazing organization to us. And we've had the privilege of being able to highlight so many women from the ZoomInfo team who are just absolutely crushing it in sales. So you are no exception, Jessica. So we're super happy to have you here.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, to start out, what I know about you is that you manage strategic accounts across manufacturing, technology, facilities management, and you talk a lot about knowing your customer's business better than they do. So would love to actually learn from you about what that looks like in practice and have you walk through a specific example.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to do so. So, number one, right now in sales is a time that we've never been out before, right? We have AI at our fingertips every single day now, whether you're using Anthropic, OpenAI, IBM Watson, maybe in your organizations, you have your own AI agents. You have data at your fingertips whenever you want it. And that's such a cool thing that we haven't experienced in the past. And so now that we do have all of this data, there is no excuse to walk into a customer meeting and not be prepared and not know your customer better than they do. And so what I mean by that is a few things. One, it's not just going on their LinkedIn profiles or their websites. It's really understanding from an external perspective what's going on their earnings call. Do they have an acquisition and divestiture strategy? If so, what is that? What does it look like? When they report their earnings, are they reporting as one single company? Do they break it down into multiple businesses? And if so, what are those businesses responsible for and what do they do? Then it's getting into understanding the industry that they're in. So we know the company, we did some research on the person that we're meeting with. We also need to understand what the industry looks like, because if we don't know what their competitive landscape looks like and how they're doing against their competitors, we're falling short as a strategic advisor. And that could end up them looking at us as more of a vendor or supplier than that trusted advisor that we really want to be for them. And so it goes then beyond just the data. So now you've done your research from an external perspective, we're ready to go, but we want to connect with them internally. So especially when we're going into a meeting with a high level executive, we should be talking to those frontline leaders, maybe frontline managers as well, to understand what's going awesome within their organization, but where are their challenges coming in too, so that when we go to talk to that executive, we have that holistic viewpoint of the company, the landscape that they're in, as well as what's truly going on within their organization. So many times our customers are siloed or in their bubbles and they're very laser focused on what they're looking at, but sometimes they lose focus of what's going on within the entire organization. So the first step of being a strategic advisor is to understand all of that and bring that to the table for them. There are so many times that when you do that, it'll be like, wow, this is exactly like, one, thank you for doing your research, which is always nice to hear from a customer. But then they're like, oh, I didn't know that was happening. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? And right there, you have now opened the door that you're not selling our product here. You truly care about them and you're bringing them challenges that maybe they haven't seen before. And so this is something with each and every one of my customers. I follow the same strategy and technique so that that very first impression from that high level executive is going to be a positive one. And I'm already starting off in that kind of a challenger mindset or sales strategy because they know I've done my homework and research and I'm here to help them.
Amazing. Such good insights here. And I guess the TLDR is we can't show up to meetings not knowing anything anymore. There's no longer the lazy sales approach. We have to know our customers, and it's never been easier than right now with the technology that we have at our fingertips. So very well said. Awesome. Well, okay. So there's a lot of chatter on LinkedIn and in the sales circles about salespeople talking about being strategic partners. We hear that all the time. But you actually achieve it in your work through and across multiple enterprise accounts. So how do you move from vendor to indispensable strategic advisor? And what's the turning point really in that relationship?
Yeah, absolutely. So to give you a quick statistic that I was reading from Salesforce.com is that 84% of buyers want to have a strategic partner. Like that is their goal. That's what they're looking to do. However, 73% of that time, they're seeing that these sales cycles are purely transactional. So we're never going to get there if we're leading a transactional sales cycle. We're failing ourselves. And most importantly, we're failing our customers or our prospective customers. And so there's a few different approaches that I take here. It starts with your initiative discovery. We then move into direct connection or business integration. And then from there, we go into timeline alignment. So breaking these three things down just a little bit, when we look at initiative discovery, we want to make sure that with the customers, we understand what their initiatives actually want. So what are they? And there's so many times that a CEO will say it on an interview or in their earnings calls. And so that gives you a leg up. For those customers that you haven't gotten that information from, then you want to ask your main points of contacts or your champions, what are those 2 to 3 initiatives that you guys are working on? And then what are the names of them? When we tie a name to an initiative, then when we're prospecting or we're just connecting with people that we're multi-threading with, when we have that name associated with that initiative, they're much more likely to open up to you and they're more likely to give you that information that you're looking for. When it comes to direct connection, this is connecting the dots for them. So you show up, you've been prepared, and now and you know the initiative, and now it's showing how I'm able to put that together and support you. And then thirdly, with the timeline alignment is we're not selling based on our own sales cycles or what our quotas are screaming. That is not the way to do it. Customers don't care about that. They care about the timelines for their projects. And so not only understanding what those initiatives are, but then saying, what are your project milestones? And what are the important areas for you to be able to hit so that I can make sure from a strategic advisor that I'm aligning the solutions to you in a manner that makes the most sense. And so then the turning point really becomes them starting to introduce you to their colleagues, to other people in the organization. They become your number one fans. And there's no bigger or better compliment in sales when your customer starts referring you internally to other people and they become your sponsor. They no longer have that fear of you're going to be a rogue vendor. I can't introduce you to anybody. Now they're welcoming the fact of like, you've got to talk to Jess Hipskin or you've got to talk to this person because they're truly able to help us. And more importantly, they care about our business.
Absolutely. So well stated. And yes, and you never know where those relationships lead, even when they leave those organizations. Our most recent inbound lead came from someone that I sold to almost 10 years ago, and they remembered me and our relationship. And it was just such a cool full cycle moment. So yes, thank you so much for sharing. And it's been really fun to watch your journey too, and to hear about the accounts that you stayed with for a long time as well. So love to hear that. So another area that you and I have talked about before was, you mentioned connecting solutions to name projects that they're already funding rather than creating new budget line items. I think this is really interesting because we all know as salespeople, we're constantly like, where's the budget? Do you have budget allocated for this? And if it's a net new solution, they might not. And it's very often that they don't. So when you're thinking about large, more complex organizations that have multiple business units, how do you identify these projects and position yourself as essential?
Yeah. So when we're doing upsells as sellers, we want to just try to get there as best as possible. And sometimes it is creating that new budget line. But honestly, if we can align to projects that they already have budget allocated to, it's so much easier, and the customer is more bought in, right? Because you're a strategic partner, they're getting it. It makes it so much easier for you. And so this is really connecting again with your champions and being able to understand why this is a priority and those timelines. Um, we're getting ready to come up on the end of the year, right? Know your customer's fiscal year. I've got customers right now where their fiscal year starts October 1st, they start November 1st, and then they start January 1st. And so one of the things that we know is that generally the annual operating procedures or the budgeting process generally starts 90 to 120 days prior to that next fiscal year. And so if we're able to start talking to them just before that budgeting cycle, then we're in a really good spot because we can align with their projects that are coming up for the next fiscal year, and we can attach our projects and products, and services to a budget that's probably going to be approved because it's a main stake in what they're doing for the next year. If we're in a current fiscal year where they have to, they're against the timeline and they got to get those projects done this year and budget's already been allocated, then it's more important than ever that we understand what those initiatives are, where we can help, and also offer guidance in regards to how we can help. I'm actually working with a Fortune 500 company right now. Brilliant people, right? They're working on their AI strategy. They're working on their AI product that they're launching internally. They've already launched it to some customers internally, getting ready to launch to another cohort. So smart. However, they are not a data company. And so one of the things that I've brought to the table for them is, let's talk about your data hygiene. And let's also talk about your master data management and how that's going to impact your AI strategy and your AI products. Because if you have bad data or unhealthy, dirty data, doesn't matter how great your AI product is, right? We've heard multiple CEOs, including ZoomInfo CEO, say too, that AI is going to come out with essentially garbage or not good data, which is going to lead to trust issues internally, or even worse, trust issues with your customers. And so being able to find those nuggets of like, how can I help you? And like, have you thought about this? Then they have an aha moment of, oh no, we haven't. Now, again, you're positioned as the strategic advisor because you're helping them there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As we say with data, garbage in, garbage out. So yeah, this is why we have ZoomInfo, we get the best of the best. Well, amazing. And I feel like the question of the half hour, if you will, here is really this next one, because we have a lot of members of our community. Some are full-time AM, some are kind of hybrid AM AEs, and they're constantly thinking about upsell opportunities. And we talk all the time about net new sales, but we don't talk enough about upsells. And so you yourself have managed successfully so many different large scale, significant upsell opportunities. So how does your strategic intelligence approach impact deal sizes and expansion opportunities for you personally?
Yeah, absolutely. One of my customers, I love them. I've been able to be with them for all 3.25 years that I've been at ZoomInfo. They are the sweet gift that keeps giving. And that's because we've established ourselves as that strategic collaborative advisor and partnership, right? It's not about the money. It's not about anything else, but consistently knowing and being proactive about the initiatives that they have going on, the challenges that they're facing, and us coming in and consistently helping them. So many people have said, and I'm sure you've heard this as well, of the hard part doesn't happen until after the signature has hit the paper, right?
Yeah.
Then it's your job as an account manager to make sure that you are continuously cultivating that relationship. 79% of organizations will stay with the incumbent. And so if we know that, then we need to ensure that we're not that 21% that gets replaced because we're just leaving our customer high and dry, or maybe we're just showing up when there's upsells and we're not really caring about them. The reason why they've consistently grown with ZoomInfo is because we are meeting with them, multiple departments, on a weekly, biweekly, and monthly basis. We're making sure quarterly business reviews are done across the entire organization, not just with one subset of people. We're going on site a minimum of twice a year to meet across the organization, right? And we are consistently understanding where their challenges are, where their initiatives are, what's important, what the C-level cares about. Like, that is a true trusted relationship where we become, dare I say, almost indispensable because they know how close we are to them. And that feeling is mutual, right? They've become our friends. We want to go, we want to spend time outside of work hours with them. And it's because we're able to have those deeper level conversations and we stay proactive with them.
Amazing. Yes. Such good insights here. I feel like I'm thinking through my book of business right now and I'm like, we have to approach it differently. So yes, thank you for the ideas here. There are so many actionable takeaways. Really appreciate it. We're going to shift gears and talk a little bit about kind of situational things that you've experienced and share those out. So can you share a time when your deep business knowledge actually changed how a customer thought about their own challenges or opportunities? And just tell us what that moment was like, what that change was like, how that occurred.
Yeah, absolutely. So working with these large organizations, a lot of them being in tech, some of them in manufacturing, some of them in facility management, like you mentioned. They have so many great people and they have ideas of what they want to accomplish. But again, similar to that story about the Fortune 500 company, is that they're not thinking about everything from a data perspective. They're not understanding where data challenges may lay, regardless of what their go-to-market motion is. And so recently I was working with an organization where they are getting ready to consolidate the majority of their vendors. They're getting ready to launch a whole new go-to-market motion because right now they're considered to be a manufacturing company, or that's the perception. And they say, no, we want to be a technology company. And so becoming a technology company or having that perception re-perceived from investors, from the public, is not easy to do. And so what we've been able to do is go on site, whiteboard with them all of their projects and initiatives, and in lack of better phrases, poke holes in what they're doing, right? Helping to uncover, all right, these are great ideas. And have you thought about this? Where are we going with this? Oh no, we haven't thought about that. What are your best practices, ZoomInfo? Because you work with over 37,000 customers, what are your best practices for customers like us, our size, and what we're trying to do? And you can't tell, but I just got goosebumps on my arms because when they start, you can see the aha moments, the light bulbs that go off, especially when you get the opportunity to be in person with them and show them, okay, here are additional things that are happening. This is what the industry is also saying. Their wheels start turning, and it's very exciting. You come out of those great meetings with a whole new round of action items that neither of you thought you would necessarily have, but now you do. And that just strengthens the partnership even more. And so I love when that happens. It's, you know, it happens time and time again, but it's exciting every single time.
Yes, I love it. I spent so long in the net news side. And so we would sometimes with large enterprise deals get to be in the whiteboarding sessions. But I always got jealous because a lot of the AMs, like once we had to pass over deals, they got to get into the weeds and go through some of that. I always was disconnected at that point. So now that I'm doing more full cycle, if you will, it's been really enjoyable to be part of those conversations. And you really do get to get a glimpse behind the curtain and you realize that these customers are there to learn from you and like they want your advice. They want to understand what's going to work or what they haven't thought of yet because it will make them look better internally as well. So, such great tips here.
Absolutely. And actually, to that point, one thing that customers and your champions will never get tired of is sending kudos emails to their bosses and the people on their project teams. Like when you recognize they're doing an amazing job, like you could send them a gift, but also send your kudos and your blessings up the chain. They love that, as we all would love that. And so, yeah, it's important to celebrate those wins for your folks and recognize that.
Absolutely. You know what's so funny about this is that every time we have a big win with one of our ZoomInfo campaigns or something we're working on, I send it to Henry on LinkedIn and he always responds. And I think that's so cool. I send it to James on your team as well. Like it's just so cool to have your leadership team involved and excited about these initiatives. So yeah, there is nothing better than celebrating those people who are working with you on a day-to-day basis and making sure that leadership is seeing those successes. So highly, highly recommend. I'm right there with you. Awesome. Well, we're almost to the end of our conversation, which is crazy. I feel like we just sat down, but we're in a quick session. So we're gonna talk now, really close out on this topic of wins versus losses. And I think this is going to be an important topic also for people to get to know you as well, because I'd love for you to tell us when you're looking at wins versus losses, what patterns do you typically see? And then it'd be really nice if you could take us through an example of, you know, assuming that you've lost a deal at some point in your career, maybe take us through a deal, you don't have to name it, but a deal that you lost and what you learned from that. And then on the flip side, a deal that one of your big wins, like one of those that really surprised you. So let's start with the patterns. When you're looking at a deal, what are you seeing? How do you know which direction it's going? What are some of those signals?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. I think one thing is how multi-threaded are you within that deal, right? If you've got a single point of contact and that is your one champion or your one gatekeeper, it's going to be really, really hard for you to move the needle. And you may get a sale, right? It may be a small one, but we're here to work organizationally wide, right? And so one of the things that I see, I mean, the fundamental difference of when I win or lose is that strategic partnership. Does that company see me as a vendor that they feel like they can just pull our relationship apart and just pull ZoomInfo out? Or do they truly see me as a strategic partner where they're like, we're going to fight for this renewal and we're going to continue working with you to help these strategic initiatives? Great example that just occurred this week. I was talking to one of our Fortune 500 companies. They are a great organization, a global organization. And we were talking to the procurement team, and their mindset on the global scale is much more of, if we can't get together on these procurement terms and conditions, then maybe we go with somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Flip side, company just as large, almost in the same industry. We had the same exact meeting with their procurement people, and they are fighting every chance of the way to work on the master services agreement so that none of the upcoming renewals go stale. And so they're like, send us all of the renewals, send us all of the paperwork you have for every business unit that does business, and we're going to get this done. And so that, to me, while I hate to admit that, the company that the last company I talked about, I've been working with them for 3 years. And so the amount of trust and relationships I have for them, they're willing to fight for us.
Mm-hmm.
The other company I have had for a very short amount of time. And so we're not there yet. I guarantee you, though, it is my mission and we are going to get there because we're working with other over 20 business units within that organization that love us. And so it is exactly what I said. It's connecting the dots with the procurement team and making sure that we're showing value to not only them, but also the corporate entity, not just the business units. Because that's really where the differentiation comes in with these large accounts, is that you may work with a few of the business units, but does corporate stand behind you? And when corporate stands behind you, man, the world is your oyster and it makes your job so much easier. And not only that, but the business units that you're working with, they love you even more, because so many times in these large companies, the business units don't speak to corporate. And so they need your trust and your guidance to be able to do that. And so that's a fundamental trend that I've seen in my career here, as well as other companies. It takes time, but keep at it. The one company that I was just talking about that are fighting tooth and nail for us and want us to stay forever, they had a really big initiative last year that they were launching in December, which their fiscal year is January through December. So to launch a product in December is a big deal for them. In a little bit messy, if you ask me, but they did it. And the great news is, because we had done so much work within all of the business units, and we had been introduced to corporate, they came to us and said, hey, we're going to launch this product, but we don't have any data for it. So can you help us? Can we help you? Heck yes, we can help you. And so we certainly did. And what started as a very small POC has now blossomed into a higher 7-figure deal, right? And so it's growing from those 4 to 5-figure deals to 7-figure deals. And that, while you do all your work, it is always happily surprising when all of that comes to fruition and they truly value the partnership that much.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm sure you find this too, but the upsells become easier when the relationship grows stronger. It's like magically money does start to appear, whereas you feel this too, where you're at the very beginning of the relationship. I mean, you are just like prying for any dollar, and it's a much tougher process, but then you get deeper into it and it's like, oh, what do we need? Cool, we'll add that on. So that's the importance of keeping those relationships. That's the importance of building this trusted partnership with these clients to make your life easier, to make their life easier. And then you become a champion just as much as they become a champion for you internally. So it's a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing. And, as I was telling this customer, I said, my goal with us working together on your product launch is for you to get a job, to get promoted, and for you to get a raise. And they're like, well, if that is your goal, we are going to work together forever. So, but it does come with a general sense of care. And I hope that once this product launches, that all these people that I'm working with, you best believe those kudos emails will be sent. And I really look to see those promotions happen on LinkedIn.
I love it. I feel the same way. That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for being with us. I feel like our time just flew by, but if anybody isn't connected with Jessica, follow her on LinkedIn, get connected, shoot her a note after this session today, and keep an eye out because we have so much stuff coming up with ZoomInfo. We have events, we have a pretty cool top secret project we're working on behind the scenes, and we are going to be together at Dreamforce. There's so many things coming up. So stay tuned. Jessica, thank you so much for being here and being part of the very first Women in Sales, the virtual conference. And we will see you soon. Thank you all for attending. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to be here. Alexine and Women in Sales, thank you for having me. I am Christina Brady. I am not only the head of community at Women in Sales, and very, very proudly so, but I'm also the CEO and co-founder of a company called Luster. And naturally, we are in the AI space. And so one of the things that I'm always excited to talk about is the evolution of AI in sales, interweave a little bit of my own personal journey. And then I just hope to give everybody in here right now a little bit of tactical advice and maybe even a little bit of comfort around the fact that there are ways right now, very easily today, that you can make AI your friend and increase your capability to actually hit your targets. And that it's not necessarily something to fear. And what I mean by that as well is there's this conception with AI in sales that you have to adopt AI fully, meaning every single one of the tools. You have to be a chat GPT and prompt wizard. You have to know exactly how to do everything, or you're going to fall behind. And take my word for it, being at the forefront of this space, building a tool that's in AI for salespeople, that is not the case. You can do a little, you can do a lot. The power lies in how you actually intertwine not only AI, but all of your different daily activities to be the most proficient and efficient worker ever. And that may mean that you are empowered for 10% of your day with AI or 90% of your day with AI. But it ideally should be different and prescriptive for everybody. So before we dive into that, a little bit about my background. So I'm an 18-year, I guess you'd call it go-to-market gal. I've been an operator for almost 2 decades now. So I actually started my career as a full-cycle account executive in the insurance space, which if anybody here either works in insurance, right, or has worked in insurance, then you know that in most cases that's a commission-only job, and your entire goal is to sell people financial products that are ideally going to help them, but sometimes it feels kind of secondary to the amount of commission that you can make. It's very, very heavy in cold calling. There's a lot of rejection, but it does also build some thick skin and tenacity. I like to say that I started my sales career by calling people in the middle of dinner, reminding them of their own mortality, and then asking them for a financial investment in the event of their untimely death, and put their minds in that place. And if you can sell and get somebody to give you money when that is your entry, you can sell just about anything. And so the number of at-bats that I got by learning to sell in a really difficult environment actually set me up for a lot of success. Around 2008 is when I broke into tech. I started working at Groupon as, again, a full cycle account executive before there were even BDRs, and everything was very, very manual, right? Today, we're talking about all of the different tools and efficiencies and AIs that we can use to be more effective at work. Well, at that time, we had none of that. I remember my first day of being trained, a big book was slammed on my desk, and it was about this thick, and it was all pages, and it was scripts and one-pagers. And the whole idea was like, during training, just read all of that. And after you've read all of that, then go do your job. And that was essentially what it was. From Groupon, though, I actually wound up learning a lot. It's where I learned how to properly communicate. It was my first experience being a leader. It was my first experience working at a hyperscale unicorn kind of company. I was able to experience going from pre-IPO to post-IPO as a leader at a big company like that, which is a crazy environment full of a lot of change. Everything's still very, very manual. And when I say manual, we at Groupon even tried to build our own version of a CRM because companies like Salesforce were just little baby companies and didn't necessarily have what we needed yet. And so a lot of ingenuity in trying to build for yourself because unfortunately tools had not really caught up yet. After my time at Groupon, I moved on to Glassdoor, where I was the head of growth there for about a half a decade. I helped to scale that team from around 6 people producing and supporting around $8 million in revenue to well over 60 people and supporting $80 million in revenue. Again, in just under 4.5 years there. I was able to undergo a private acquisition while I was there. So while I was at Groupon, I was able to experience what is an IPO like. At Glassdoor, it was a private acquisition. From there, I moved on to several other exciting opportunities. I was at Sales Assembly a little bit as a chief strategy officer. I was at Speckit for a little bit as a CRO before jumping the fence and deciding that I wanted to start a company in the AI space to solve the issues that I had. And that ultimately is what AI is all about, right? How do I use this to solve the issues that I have? So let's cut it down to absolute bare bones. There's really two main use cases for AI at work, right? Use case number one, the AI replaces you, right? This is a really scary idea. And use case number two, AI actually makes you a stronger version of you and supplements your activities so that you can really shine. Right? If we were going to draw a metaphor on this, that would be like AI can either run the marathon for you, or AI can be an amazing treadmill to help you train and be a better runner. Now, if we think about where humans still are in terms of AI and using AI, I don't know how much fun it would be, again, going back to our metaphor, watching a bunch of AI robots run a marathon, right? There's nothing inspiring about that. There's nothing really fun about that. You can apply that to really any kind of physical exertion, right? Like, do we want to watch a bunch of AIs play football, or do we want to see people do that? Do we want to see people overcome adversity? Do we want that level of inspiration? And so I think even today, the main thing that we look at AI to do, or at least that I look at AI to do, is how do I let this be my treadmill? How do I let AI actually help me be a stronger version of myself, get me out of the muck so that I can actually focus on the elements of my job that, in my opinion, and the opinion of many, actually requires human interaction. So in order to really identify where those lines lie, right? Where do I use AI? And where do I actually lean in on the fact that I'm a human and you're a human and we're talking to each other and we're going to sell something or support something? We think about how has human behavior evolved in a selling capacity over the course of the last, call it 20 years. Right? We already know that there's a lot less talking on the phone. People are really, really hesitant to talk to strangers on the phone. Think about the last time that you answered a call on your phone and when it was a number that you didn't recognize, especially when you weren't expecting a call, right? I don't know about you, but when I see my phone ring and it's a number I don't even know, I get a feeling of panic, right? And that comes from the heirs of people prior to us really abusing cold calling and taking up people's time and being, unfortunately, rude and obtrusive. Right? Bad salespeople of the past have made the people of the future really wary of salespeople. And so what that's created is a lot of top of funnel friction. I hear so many salespeople today say, if I could only get through to somebody, if I could only get 2 or 3 minutes of somebody's time, I could really align with them and then we're cooking. But getting those initial 2 to 3 minutes of time and earning that trust is harder today than it potentially has ever been. And then there's this element of when you are a consumer, whether that is at work or in your personal life, if you think about it, you don't really want to talk to a person when you're buying something until you need a person, right? Consider this idea of walking down the mall. And when you're walking down a mall hallway, there's a series of kiosks that are always there. And what happens when you walk by those kiosks? Right? It's like you can't possibly be busy enough. You're pretending that you're on your phone. You're running in the opposite direction. You're screaming and acting like a lunatic because those people often come up to you in the middle of nowhere. They're obtrusive. They're squirting you with lotion. They're trying to straighten your hair. They want you to buy some car robot. And you're like, whoa, I'm just walking through the mall and you're in my face trying to sell me something. And that's how salespeople can feel. Now, let's say that you walk into the store that's actually your destination. What happens when you walk into any kind of clothing or department or retail store? You walk in, and what you try to do is avoid the eye contact of the salesperson because you walk in and the salesperson on the floor comes over. Hi, how are you? What can I help you find? And what do? No, I'm fine. Right? There's that top of funnel friction. I am in this store to buy something. I likely don't know where it is. I might have to try it on. And even in that high intent situation, when the sales reps comes over, it's, no, I'm fine. Right? Now let's fast forward 10 or 15 minutes. You're finding the items that you loosely want, and now you need a salesperson's help. And what happens? You look around the store, right? nobody to be seen for miles. And so there's this element of, even when we are naturally consumers, salespeople are inputting themselves in all of the areas that create friction, and oftentimes not meeting buyers where they are in the middle to the late stage of a sales process. And this is an ideal place for AI to intersect. And so what some of you might be thinking is, oh my gosh, is Christina about to talk about how AI SDRs and AI customer support representatives are going to take over the world? Absolutely not, right? I am one of those full believers that human beings still don't want to talk to robots, right? If anybody in this room has ever had to make any kind of a customer service call, right? Something is broken. You are in need of something. You have a problem that has to be fixed. You want to feel heard, understood, valued, validated by the person or business that you are talking to, and you call in and you get a robot on the phone. What do we all do immediately? Right? Yeah. We scream, representative, customer support. I don't know about you all, but I can't hit 0 fast enough trying to get through to a person so that I can explain exactly what I need. And so if you think about this, it's not this element of how do we replace the human interaction with AI, but it is about how do we help to build trust and use AI to drop those little bits of trust hook. And so let's think about different ways that we can actually deploy AI in the right way throughout the sales process. And the goal here, again, is not to replace you. I don't think anybody wants an AI account executive. I don't think anybody wants an AI SDR. Sorry. I don't think anybody wants an AI customer support rep. I don't want to call my doctor and get an AI on the phone when I have a medical issue and I need somebody's help. I need a human to empathize with me, right? So what are the ways in which we can do this really, really effectively? So let's talk top of funnel for a minute, okay? So top of funnel, AI can be an amazing tool for outreach, right? To make sure that you are sending the right messages to the right people, edited in their communication style based on their industry, based on the things that they care about, right? You can use the metadata that's already built into AI to help you not only construct your outreach, help it feel personalized, but also send it out in a way that is going to help you with that top of funnel friction where you're not instituting yourself and cold calling and feeling obtrusive, though there is the right way to cold call, which we can talk about later. But AI is a great tool for any kind of written outreach. Think a LinkedIn message, any kind of social media message, any kind of mass emailing, right? AI is also, when you're thinking top of funnel, a great tool for meeting summarization. There's a lot of people that have a very, very difficult time being able to listen and take notes at the same time. And there's nothing worse than when you get off of a great call and you go into your CRM and you have that blank canvas note section and you have to sit and remember, okay, what happened on that call? What did they say about this? What was their value prop there? Did I actually ask this question? Shoot, I can't remember. And when you don't have a great tool for meeting summarization, hopefully your calls are recorded. If they're not, you just have to go off of your memory. And when you go in that pattern of having to go off of your memory over and over and over again, the pattern that you start to build when you are on initial sales calls is actually being distracted, taking notes and guiding the conversation in a way that you don't want to because you're so afraid of missing the context. So you wind up removing some of that human element. There are incredible AI note takers out there. I wish I had had one when I was an account executive that will help to take all of the notes in the meeting, summarize that for you. There are even some that will integrate with your CRM and update all of the notes in the fields for you. That's a great use case for AI, right? Taking some of that administrative work, some of that contextual work, and allowing that to happen seamlessly on the back end while you can just engage in the conversation, right? The part that human beings want to do together. AI is also a great tool for practice and at-bats, right? Ever gotten off of a sales call and gone, oh my gosh, if I only had another shot at that, I would do so much better. I can't believe I said X. I can't believe I forgot to say Y. I was so uncomfortable talking to that person. They asked me questions that I didn't know. Or if there's a lot of AI tools out there that can give you practice and at-bats. So practice an actual customer conversation before you have it with an AI replica of your buyer. Give yourself those dress rehearsals, right? Subtle plug for Lester. If you've ever gone and been like, I'm going to give a speech to 1,000 people, are you going to go into that cold? Absolutely not. So find a way. There's tons out there to be able to actually practice those interactions so that every time you get on a call, again, person to person, you feel rehearsed, you feel comfortable. Also, talking top of funnel, AI is a great tool for gathering intent data, even persona research, and then once again, CRM cleanliness, right? So use AI to gather intent data. What do I mean by intent data? Who are the kinds of people that are looking for a tool that solves the problem that you solve? What kinds of people are interacting with webinars that you can go ahead and get in front of or join the webinar with them, right? Use AI to do a lot of that research for you. And then again, persona research, right? If you are calling into all different kinds of personas, because you think when you're selling to organizations, you've got the user, you've got the buyer, you've got the champion, you've got procurement, you've got the signer, you've got the budget holder, you've got the gatekeeper, you have all different kinds of people that you have to sell into. And it's really difficult to feel like you know exactly how to speak value and get through and multi-thread to those various personas. AI is a great use case for going in and actually researching each person. What is their role? What do they care about? And how do you seek your end in mind by showing them immediate value? So again, top of funnel, if we think through all of the different use cases there, right? A great tool for outreach and crafting written outreach, a great tool for summarizing your meetings and taking notes, a great tool for practice and at-bats, a great tool for gathering intent data, persona research, cleaning up your CRM and helping you stay on top of your notes so that your managers no longer have to hound you for updating your notes by 1 p.m. on a Tuesday, right? Like seeing some laughing. We all know that, right? Like that's a great use case for AI because what does that free up your time to do at top of funnel? It frees up your time to actually go and be able to interact with the people who raise their hand, who want to talk to you, who are walking up to you in the metaphorical store and saying, hey, I really need your help. You are now free, top of funnel, to interact with those people as a human being, right? We do not want to replace the meaningful human-to-human behavior. We want to make it sharper. We want to make it more researched. We want to make it more practiced. So now if we think about middle of the sales funnel, right? What are some great use cases to kind of help support you in that process? One great one is any kind of collateral creation, deck creation. You want to go into a call and show them something really dynamic and custom prepared based on their needs that they laid out to you in the first call that you had. You could either spend 3 or 4 hours building your own deck from the ground up, or this is a great use case for AI. Take all of those notes that you took, the meeting summarization with your other AI tools, and put them into an AI content builder to go ahead and build your deck for you. And then you go in as a human being with a fine-tooth comb and you edit that story. And then again, leaning into story building, right? One of the most effective ways to sell right now is via storytelling. Everyone in this room hopefully has had some element of training in storytelling, but if that's not a muscle that you have, it can be difficult to figure out, how do I tell a really specific, relevant, contextual, and impactful story in the middle of this sales process to help the buyer really align with how we're going to solve their needs and how we're uniquely positioned to do so. So using AI to give you at-bats on how to tell that story, what should you thread together, what should you look at? Keep in mind, AI is going to pull context from thousands and thousands of sources to help you be specific. And your job is to look at what that AI is pulling together and actually make sure it's the story that you want to tell. So now you've gone from, I'm building the deck, I'm building the content, I'm trying to think through the stories and writing out all the narratives, to getting 90% of the way there, and that last 10% is your human magic that cannot be replicated, going in and making sure it's exactly the way that you want it. Also think about middle of funnel messaging tweaking. Hopefully, if you're in the middle of your sales funnel, you have started to multi-thread, right? Unless you are selling into very, 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 very small businesses or B2C businesses, you ideally want to have some element of multi-threading already happening in your deals in the middle of the funnel. Do you automatically know how to tweak your messaging based on every single persona that you're pulling into the conversation? Do you know how to ask your champion to bring their boss in without undermining them? Right? All of those elements of tweaking your messaging is not something that you just have to try and see if it works. You can practice that, or you can use AI to actually tweak your messaging and help you speak more fluently to different kinds of personas throughout the process. Now, the same use case as top of funnel, we talked about meeting summarization and note taking. That one also applies to the middle of the funnel. If you don't have any kind of an AI note taker that's happening throughout all of your sales process, and you're reliant on your brain or manually looking through previous calls to do that, you're wasting your time. Your human time should be spent with other humans. Keep in mind also reminders. Once you actually have deals in your funnel, do you have AI-based reminders set up letting you know when you have to make sure that you're reaching back out? When is the deal actually stale? Are people interacting with your materials? You just sent them a long deal list of everything that you need them to see. Decks, collateral. How do you know if they're opening it? How do you know if they're clicking on it? How do you know if they're going through that? Can you craft them a message based on what they look at automatically? No, because you can't be everywhere at once, but AI can. So those reminders, that's another great use case for AI. Even an AI-powered deal room is an incredible place to make sure that you're staying on top of your deals without having you have to sit there and rely on your own brain to remember what to do. Okay, now let's think about late funnel and how AI can help you be better late funnel, right? This is where we are actually getting the deal done, getting the deal closed. Proposal building. Anybody ever spend a couple of hours building a proposal or a slide deck with all of the pricing that you've talked about and trying to remember back to the first or second conversation what you talked about and what people cared about, tearing through your manual notes? That's crazy. That's a waste of time. That is a great use case for AI to actually take all of the contextual information from the entire sales process and help you seamlessly build that into a proposal that will be easy to digest for the customer, especially if you have one of those products where you are consistently falling into an RFP process, right? Let AI do this work for you so that you are, this is the theme, what? So that you are freeing up your time for human-to-human interaction. On top of that, for late funnel, keeping your champions and your buyers accountable to their action items is really, really important. So AI-powered and AI-built mutual action plans. That's a phenomenal use case for AI that can trigger reminders for them, can even custom create assets and business proposals for them to take internally, and also for you, once again, to stay on track with your own mutual action plan and try to help deals get closed faster. Right? Time kills deals. You don't want to let the lava cool. That usually winds up happening because you are bogged down in manual administrative tasks and things slip through. Sometimes really big things slip through. So there's an AI use case for helping you to create your mutual action plans and then keep your customers bought in with you throughout the entire process so that you always know where your deals stand. Once again, another use case, late stage funnel for CRM cleanliness. If you do not have a way to automatically, contextually, and accurately update your CRM, you can either slam through that manually or you can use AI so that you can, human to human interaction. The theme here with top of funnel, middle of funnel, late funnel AI use cases is the menial work, while important, while urgent, that takes a lot of your time and pulls you away from your creativity, your storytelling, your customer interactions, your strategic ability to connect with them. Any activities outside of that are a great way for you to use our friends in AI so that you can continue to really focus on your customers in the way that is needed for you. Because keep in mind, what is AI not going to do? AI is not going to form a human connection for you. It isn't. You are not going to be able to connect with your customers in a human, empathetic way with AI if you replace those conversations with AI. You can help to build the case for it, but that human connection, right? That is something, again, the thing that causes us to scream representative into a phone, that is the part that we do not and never want replaced by AI. The ability to effectively storytell, right? AI is not going to story tell for you. It can help you craft what are the elements of the story so you can read over that, use AI to practice what it sounds like in your own wording, and then get on a call with a customer and eloquently tell them a story that helps them connect with the pain that you solve, right? AI isn't going to do the latter half of that nearly as well as you will. And then we talk a lot about empathy. AI is a robot. AI is not an empathetic human being that can pivot emotionally when talking to another person, not like you can, right? That's why when you have a need, when you have a problem, when you're trying to call customer support and you're fired up, you're emotional, and you get the, I'd love to help you with your problem. Please tell me a little bit more. And you're like, I'm going to scrum and set this whole thing on fire. You're like, I just want to talk to a person because a person will get it, right? What AI is not going to do, be able to connect their pain to your solution, right? You have to understand maniacally how to listen for their pain and prescribe your solution to their pain. It's not about selling them your product. It's about helping them achieve their goals and fix their pain. Always, every single time, no matter what you are selling. What AI is not going to do is help you come up with out-of-the-box ideas to really help your customers in a super unique way. It's not going to help you become an advisor to your customers or a consultant to your customers. You want to use AI in all of the ways that we talked about to cover all of that, to free up your time and mental bandwidth to do all of those things. The human connection, the storytelling, the empathy, the connecting their pain to solutions, out of the box ideas, being that advisor, that consultant. When you free up everything else, you're now able to do that. Okay. And then to end here, if we think about just some additional AI use cases for sales for you to chew on, think about using AI for things like skill gap identification, right? Are you aware of all of the areas where you're lacking proficiency and it's costing you revenue, right? So an AI-powered diagnostic tool is a great way for you to uncover exactly where your gaps are so you can attack them. Right? Training prioritization. Should you be training on everything all of the time? Probably not. Should you be training on the elements and your gaps that are about to cost you revenue tomorrow? Absolutely. So how do you prioritize your own learning? Great use case for AI. We talked again about this idea of practice and role play and at-bats. Amazing use case for AI. Sequencing. What emails should I send to who, and what should they say, and when should I send them? AI is an amazing tool for comprehensive, specific sequencing. Another use case is champion movement, right? How do I help to track when the people that I'm talking to at an organization leave the organization or switch roles? How do I follow them and keep the deal going? How do I carry over into their new organization? How do I make sure that I'm multi-threaded properly so that when I have champions who leave or attrit, that my deal doesn't die along with them? And then lastly, another great use case for AI in sales is industry research. If you are brand new in your role, if you're rolling out a brand new product, if you have a brand new use case, or if you're just looking to get sharper and increase your ability to be that advisor and that consultant, using AI to brush up on the industry that you are selling into, the people that you are selling into, what kinds of tools they are buying and what kinds of problems they have to solve, and is an amazing way for you, again, to use AI as the treadmill and not running the race for you. All right, so we went through a lot of things today. If anybody wants to talk about this further or learn a little bit more, get a little bit of advice, feel free to come and find me on LinkedIn. It's Christina Brady. This is something that I love talking about. I'm super passionate about it. I'm running a company right now that covers a lot of this. And so any help that I can provide to anybody as a part of Women in Sales, I am happy to do. And that's what I've got. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kaylee. I lead partnerships at Ring Central Events, and I'm so excited for today's amazing conversation. And I'm also so excited because you guys are currently in Ring Central Events, if you didn't know. So throughout this entire panel, please put your comments in the chat, interact with us. We're so excited for you all to be here and to be interacting with our content. Today, this panel is all about growth, not just climbing the ladder, but building confidence, skills, and resilience along the way. And we're calling it BDR to Boardroom because let's be honest, careers in sales are anything but linear. They're full of pivots, challenges, and wins. But I get to work alongside these three incredible women. So I know firsthand how inspiring they are. So I'd love to give a warm welcome to Christina Medina, Katie Kennedy, and Kristen Koenig. Hey, ladies.
Hello.
Hi. Well, I'm really excited to get started with this conversation. But before we dive into the serious stuff, we are going to start with a game of a little bit of fun with Hot or Not Sales Edition. So you guys, as our panelists, you have your Hot or Not signs if you want to show the audience to start. But I'm going to throw out a topic, and then you guys are going to tell me if that's hot or not. So let's get started. Okay, is it hot or not? Sending a personalized Loom video to break into an account. Piping hot. I love it.
So hot.
So hot. What about giving a 20% discount because another vendor offered it? Ooh, not okay.
Yeah,
In between. I like that. I like that. Okay, a deal forecasted at 90% confidence for 6 straight quarters. Hot or not?
Ooh.
Not. Okay, what about being the voice for yourself and other women that says you've got this when imposter syndrome creeps in? Oh, so hot. I love it. Okay, amazing. I love this hot or not to kick things off, to warm you guys up, warm up the stage. But let's start at the beginning of your sales careers, maybe those first BDR days, those AE days. I think for a lot of people in this room, that is a role they might currently be in or was just in. And I think that they can understand that reality a lot. And it can be really exciting. It can be really tough. So we're going to dig in and let you guys kind of take us back. So Katie, I'd love to start with you. Can you talk us through what your first sales role was and what did you take away from it?
Yeah, so I had a non-traditional start to tech sales. I actually began my role in sales as working as a part-time stylist for a women's retail store, and I worked there for actually 6 years and kind of worked my way up and ended up managing a store in the end. And it was super fun. I loved like striking up a conversation with a stranger and just feeling confident with I loved that challenge to be able to get to know somebody that was brand new and just being able to connect with people. So that's why I wanted to fall into sales. And after 6 years working in retail, I was ready for my next challenge. So I actually had a good friend that was working at Hopin at the time, and she recommended that I apply. So I applied to be an SDR and got the job. I was super excited, and it was a very fast-paced experience. So some days I had 16 calls a day. So a few things that I took away from this was I had to be hyper focused and super organized. So I really learned early on in this job that I had to own my calendar. And if I wasn't sure how to get somewhere, I knew I had to find help and not feel stuck for too long, but to like go out and find the answer. So I think that those were some skill sets that I really tried to hone in on since the beginning of my time as an SDR.
I love it. I love it. You said 16 calls, and I know Christina has had a role where she had, I think, like maybe a couple hundred calls a day. Christina, can you talk to us about that role? Like, I know your sales start was not linear as well.
Yeah, definitely similar with Katie. And I know we've talked about that a little bit too. Just not traditional sales role, worked in hotel event catering sales and then fundraising sales, making like 200 calls a day, planning weddings, corporate, social, all of it. And I think similar to you, Katie, also, it was long hours and just high stakes, right? So like building resilience and organization was so important in those roles. Like you are changing timelines and have like zero room for we'll figure it out later. So I learned to just manage details and set clear expectations in that role, trying to stay calm when something inevitably goes sideways. Where's the groom at a wedding, or, crazy things like that. So, and just still being able to bring on and create a great experience, which actually translated so well. I moved around a little bit after that, but it was just so ironic that I was able to find that unique space in staying within events, but in tech sales now. So,
Oh, I get it. Kristen and I can both very much relate to that. And Kristen, I'd love for you to just like go through what your first sales role was, because I know your trajectory has not been linear, but maybe a little bit more traditional than the two of them with your first role. So I'd love for you to kick that off so we can see where you're at in the boardroom, later on in this conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So, out of college, I did not know I wanted to be in sales. I'll be the first person to say that. And everyone's like, Kristen, you are such a seller nowadays. But actually, the first people that knew that this could be a career for myself were my parents. My parents were competitors, both sales reps at competing jobs. That's how they met at a trade show. And my dad was the one who said to me, Kristen, you should really look at sales. And I love the events world. I've always been in the events world. So instead of going in event planning and working weekends, he goes, why don't you sell event software? My family friend at the time was working at Cvent, which was an up and coming tech startup in the DC metro area. And I became an enterprise BDR, SDR. Last time SDR and BDR weren't really as separated back then. And this was almost 15 years ago, crazy enough. So I really started there as an enterprise BDR. What's funny about that story, though, was I actually was brought on and hired for a different role as kind of a more standard BDR, which was basically their SMB, a small business and mid-market. And then I had an amazing mentor that was really helping me on board with the company and took me aside and say, hey, Kristen, we really want you on our strategic team. I would tell you that I thought I was doing something wrong and I wanted to be with all my peers because we had a hiring class of like 20 to 40 people, and said, what am I doing wrong that I got placed on this strategic team? And when you're 22 out of college, you literally think that, if you're not with the rest of the pack, you feel like something's off. I will tell you that redirection was the best thing that's happened to me. And I was so thankful that she recognized my slowness as strategic and thoughtful and inquisitive and curious, to be in that type of environment as an enterprise BDR. And that took me to where I am.
I love it. I love the idea of redirection is such a positive thing. I think we've all experienced that in our career between the four of us, but I think Kristen will get into a lot of that, down the line of just kind of looking at where your journey of your career is. But I think redirection has always been such a positive thing. And I love that you talked about one of your mentors because you're teeing me up for later. So I love it. Really cool to hear how each of you have started and then like where we are all at now today at Ring Central. Christina, I want to talk through maybe starting your career on the BDR side, especially like since that's been a semi more recent role for you on the Ring Central side. But that's a grind. Like I know that that's like really tempting to throw in the towel. Shout out to the BDRs in the crowd. We see you. We know it's a grind. But can you talk us through some times maybe that you felt like you wanted to throw in the towel and really what got you through?
yeah, for sure. Shout out to all the BDRs and SDRs in the audience for sure. It's all about peaks and valleys, I feel like. And if probably everyone has read that book. If you haven't, pick it up. It's such a great read, but I feel like it is all about the peaks and valleys. And I have had the classic valleys where a big deal falls through the pipeline or, prospects are ghosting me and my brain just wants to like rewrite my entire process. So I think what helps in that is just getting back to basics and going back to tight follow-ups, strong discovery, crisp demos at the AE level. And something that is kind of unique that I started doing recently was like keeping receipts and folders of like my unique wins and just going back to that and taking a moment when it feels like things are falling through the cracks and remembering like there are so many other wins that I had and one hard week is often followed by a one call close at some point. So the valley isn't a verdict of you. It's a rep. So just stay consistent and the next peak will find its way to show up too.
I love that. I feel like you just hit that like nail on the head of the peaks and the valleys of sales and just being in that career. And I love that you keep your wins and you look back at that. I think that that's such a positive thing to do for yourself. Um, really from surviving like that early career grind to you guys thriving in sales now, like clearly growth is not happening overnight. It's really built on a lot of moments, people who are guiding us and, you know, times where we've all shown up for ourselves in different capacities. And so I'd love to dig into some of those experiences that have helped you guys over the years. So, Katie, can you talk through a moment where, or maybe a series of moments that have helped you take that jump from maybe that first role as in retail to your next role, maybe as a manager, or you know, however you would want to talk through those moments?
Sure. Yeah. So I think really, since I became an SDR, I always knew that I wanted to be an AE. Honestly, I saw that role as like super fun. You get to close the big deals, you get to have the fun, you get to make a lot of money, you have, you know, a lot of opportunity to just like do a lot, and it's the full cycle sales, which is just fun. Like that, I think was always really enticing to me. So I knew being in an SDR role, this was just a stepping stone for me, and so I knew I wanted to get to that next route. And the way I wanted to get there was by being very curious and like hungry to learn at every step of the way. And so a few things that I like to do with that was I was looking at all these incredible top performing AEs, and I would just randomly put time on their calendar. And I'd reach out to them and I'd say, I'd love to hear, like, I would love to learn from you and understand, like, what are you doing that maybe I'm not doing? And like, tell me what, you know, and I would ask to shadow their calls. I did this with Kristen so many times. She could attest to this, probably more than she maybe even wanted to deal with. But I would always just be, I would, you know, ask to shadow their calls, just be a sponge. I would send her call recordings of mine and ask for feedback. I would ask to jump on a demo and be like, can I demo for you? Like, can I show you what I'm working on? And I think that process really did like teach me how to be in this next role. And so I think that helped clear the path. And I think also this helped build those relationships with the people I admired so much on the team that were in higher roles than I was. So I think that was something I really took because truly that's what got me to become an AE on the team. I then had these amazing champions who were like, Katie's ready. You got to get her promoted to this AE role and it's time. So I think Kristen and now my manager, Jordan Arnold, who I know is in the comments shouting us out, is definitely someone who I really do, you know, have to thank because they helped kind of clear the path to give me a seat at that table.
I love that. I feel like, and also like you making that decision for yourself and being like, okay, we're going to get into it. I'm going to do the job of an AE. I'm going to jump in. I'm going to grind it out. I love you said be a sponge. I think I've used that once before as well. And I just think it's such a good takeaway for anyone in any role. Like we can always learn more. And Kristen, I know this is something we talk about even in your role. Like you're constantly learning. We're all constantly evolving. And I think it's so good to always be so curious. Christina, what about you? Like, what's a moment for you that's, you know, made you jump from role to role?
Yeah, well, I love that Katie said that because actually, Katie, you were that for me when I came in as a BDR. So that was similar like experience in the BDR role, just like taking the time to get to shadow your demos and learn from you guys. You know, learning the product and spending time. There's just so many nuances and ins and outs to the role itself and like learning to become an AE. But I think for me specifically, the shift was being able to ask for it in a way and just being ready, even though you don't always feel ready. You know, I had just started as a BDR. It was still under a year before I got promoted to the AE role. And I didn't necessarily feel entirely ready. I questioned myself a little bit and my capabilities. But once I was in that role and I have the leadership from Kristen and from Jordan Arnold, like Katie mentioned, they pushed and instilled confidence in me. And I feel like now looking back, I'm a world away from where I was as a BDR too. And that's just so cool to look back at. So I think all of that work that you mentioned, like the combination of like signaling intent and asking for it and showing the work, asking for that shot helped me move forward pretty quickly. But definitely just learning from all of you guys has been a huge part of my growth.
Learning. I feel like that's our number one takeaway. Kristen, I'm going to throw this one at you because I know we're going to talk about your like journey into being an executive, but I feel like you have such good you have such great experience in your AE roles and, you know, all of your different senior roles. So really, like, can you kind of talk to us about any pivotal moments in your career before your executive career?
Yeah. Well, first, I will say you guys are giving a lot of shout outs. They're making me cry. We'll summarize before I go into those moments is like what a common thread I just see is like women supporting women in their careers and finding people that really can champion you and you can learn from. So, you know, I will say as I go into pivotal moments, like not everyone has everything figured out. Not I don't know everything. And I think that is such a big area about advocation for yourself and kind of the overall picture that you guys have done in all of your careers, and it makes me tear up a little bit. I would say from a pivotal moment perspective, I mean, I did talk about that pivotal moment from you know, the place I was from a BDR going into a different role, and that I would say every role of mine has been somewhat pivotal. And I say that because I've never, it's crazy, but I've never really interviewed from a job from my first job. And I think the pivotalness of what I've learned in my career is you can always be learning from other people and you never know who you're going to meet. That could be a coworker in your next life. It could be a mentor. It could be a boss in your future life, and just really learning from others. Like, you know, we exist as people and as humans to really just like have the best life and work within ourselves and just really understand of like what is out there that makes us happy in a day to day. And I think what one of my biggest joys is really connecting with others and learning about other people. And I think that's helped me be very pivotal in my career because all of the jobs or areas of my career that's been pivotal, it's been from someone reaching out to me to say, hey, would love to have a conversation about blah, 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 which is usually the next step that I took in my career. So I think the pivotalness of that is seeking out mentors and people who you really want to continuously learn from. I have so many stories, as you know, Kaylee, we would probably take more than these 45 minutes, but I think what's pivotal is every role of mine has been pivotal, but it's always been a specific kind of person that I've either learned from or connected with that gradually has kind of helped me from my career perspective. So
100%. 100%. And I think that you've done such an amazing job at finding those people in your career and creating those relationships. And that's like a perfect segue into the next question that I wanted to ask you because you've been such an incredible mentor and sponsor and really advocate for me in my career. You know, kind of plucked me out of a group of event managers and were like, come do this job. And it's been great for the last 2.5 years. But can you share how you've gone about kind of finding those people and how you've built those relationships? Because I think it's something like it was not always a top of mind thing for me to do, but it's so important in our careers.
oh, this is such a feel good.
All the
Um,
girls in the group, I love it. I know.
Yeah, all the women are gonna love this. That is true though. Kaylee was in a support role and I connected with her and I said, you need to be doing this other job. And I plucked her from that team to work for me. And she's doing it well 2.5 years later in partnerships. I would say like I really admire people as they speak and like presenters, and I watch their careers incessantly online. Like I was probably one of the first early adopters when LinkedIn was getting big back in like the 2010 era, 2011. You know, it's
Mhm.
when, you know, Facebook, you know, you still had to have a college address like back then. But I think for me is I follow these people online and I see them at conferences presenting. And I just was like, to Katie's point, I was on it like a sponge. And it wasn't that I wanted to work for them or, you know, get hired by them or, you know, even become a formal mentor. It's like, I admire you for what you've done. I'm really curious to learn more. So I've never been someone who says, oh, I want that person to be a mentor. Like, let me ask them. I go into the conversation saying, hey, I saw you present at X, Y, and Z, or I saw this X, Y, and Z. I would love to spend 15 minutes of like how to see how you got where you were because it's really inspiring to me. And some of those natural conversations and like mentors have come out of those discussions. And so I think my biggest thing is like, be genuine with your connections, and really anybody that you see that you admire, there's always like a reason for that, and like a spark that is kind of within you. And one thing that's important that I'll round this out with is find people of different genders and different types of roles, because I didn't have mentors just within the sales role and organization. I found people who were, CMOs or marketing leaders or even customer success leaders. And I've just been learning from different types of roles throughout my career. And when you get into an executive position, that is such great experience to make you well-rounded, because I think no career is linear, to your point, Kaylee, that you're going like sales, VP of sales, or whatever that career trajectory is. And it might be the case for you, for sure. But I think if you want to become like a CRO or a GM one day, taking like BDR to AE to sales manager to partnerships to leading partnerships, like having this career journey that's kind of a roundabout maze actually makes you so well-rounded later on. So I know that's a long-winded answer, but I think different backgrounds, different genders, that's just a genuine connection.
But I think that you've done such a good job of having those people. And I think it's something that like I look at and I've been able to say, okay, I need to create more relationships like that, because it's just going to make me more well-rounded as well. It's almost like having your own little like personal board of directors of all these different people who are like supporting you in your life. And I love that you said, something that came to mind at the end is like, you have so many tools in your toolkit from all these different jobs. Like I think of every job and everything is like another tool in my toolbox. And I think that that's really important for all of us. So I know that Kristen, you've highlighted how you find that and, how you've created those relationships and, different things for people to think about. I also think we should be talking, if we're talking about growth, we should be talking about, how we're stepping up and like advocating for ourselves. And Katie, I'd love to, bring this one over to you of like, can you talk through a time in your career that you've advocated for yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I was an SDR, when I was in the interview process, I had the opportunity to interview with one of our VPs at Hopin at the time. And in the interview, I asked them, what hesitations do you have about me getting into this role? And that VP ended up saying, to be honest, I don't know if you're going to be able to handle it. I think it's going to be a little too fast paced for you. And I gotta say, when someone tells you you cannot do something, that is going to make you want to do it even more. So I know we've all felt that type of experience. And that comment lit a fire under me to prove this person wrong. Every single day I had the chance to own this job, to be in this role. And so I made it my mission to be the top performing SDR on the team. And I was able to do that, achieve that goal for quarters after quarters. And I was so proud of that. Of course, I worked with my amazing team and my amazing leaders, and it didn't just takes a village. But I will say that process really did, strike something up under me where I was like, this person thinks I can't do it. Like I've got to prove them wrong, and I have to prove myself wrong. And I think personally, what I take away from this kind of advocating piece is that to be successful in sales, we have to first believe in ourselves. And if we don't believe in ourselves, if you cannot cheer yourself on, how can we expect anybody else to be doing that for us?
Mic drop.
Seriously.
I'll leave it at that.
I'm like, that feels like a life lesson, not even just a career lesson.
Yeah. And I think that's so important, being able to just like, you have to be your biggest advocate. You do.
I agree. Yeah, you got to believe in yourself for everyone else to believe you.
Yeah.
Because also, if you don't believe in yourself and you're going into a demo and you don't even believe in what you're doing and believe in yourself demoing, no one else is going to believe you.
Of course. Yeah. Right. So you got to just own it.
Yeah, I love that. Christina or Kristen, any like big advocation moments for you guys that you would want to share in this scenario? If not, that's okay.
I was gonna say, I think like just piggyback off of like how I jumped into this role too, like just taking the leap and asking for it and showing the work behind that and advocating for myself to Jordan and to Kristen and trying to do demos and test my knowledge here and learn as much as I could to get myself in front of the right people is also advocating in that way too. So I think there's a lot of different ways that you can make that happen depending on your role and the team around you. So similar to what you said too, Kristen, I think just finding the right people also around you. And
Yeah.
that also helps. Like you guys have made me feel so comfortable in advocating for myself, which also makes it just come naturally too. So yeah.
Yeah. I think for my story, slightly different than Katie's. I feel like each role I've advocated for myself for the next role. But I think the biggest thing for advocacy is like when you think about the people around you, sometimes your immediate boss is not going to be your biggest advocate. And so I think when whatever company you're at right now, my biggest thing is not just to establish your board of directors from all over internally and externally of your organization and around you, but also within your own company. Because I've had a time where my boss was not my biggest advocate. I knew that I was destined for greatness. I still feel that way. And I still feel that, I do good leadership. No one's perfect, but I do great leadership. And so I knew at the time that I wanted to lead a larger team. And they basically said I had to pay my dues in a really very odd way. And I think for me, I then made established relationships with people around my boss that they were the ones holding me back. And I knew that there's other people that probably would have seen me in that role probably faster than my own boss did. So I think my biggest advice is from an advocacy perspective is sometimes it's not going up the chain, but it's going out within the chain. And when other people that are in these rooms, because when you're in an executive boardroom, there's not just like one or two people in your management chain there. It's the whole executive team. And when they're making decisions about promotions or other things, it's usually multiple people making those decisions, not one or two people. And so my biggest learning as I've grown in my career, and as I say to my lovely team, Katie, Kaylee, Christina, and others on our team, is like, make sure that you do a great job within your role and you meet those expectations, but make sure that you're networking outside because they all know, like, I would love to keep them on in their current roles for life because they're all killer. But I think it's also important that I support them within their career goals. So if they ever wanted to go into different departments and different things, I go put time on that leader's calendar. I don't care. Like, I want to have that type of warm leadership that everyone has a seat at the table. And sometimes it's not your immediate boss. So anyone in the audience who feels this certain way right now, where you feel like you can't get ahead, make sure you're expanding that beyond your chain and feeling that everyone else sees what you're doing. That's my biggest thing. And that's how I've overcome some challenges that I've faced in my career versus jumping ship, which is easy to do when you feel not supported by your boss. And that's, people leave bosses, they don't leave companies. So my biggest advice is to expand outward, not up.
That's such
That
great
is,
advice.
it's such great advice, Kristen. Like, I think,
Yeah.
I mean, you told me, you're like, go get exposure outside of just our team and like, go meet with other people, go learn what they're doing, all of that. But I think the idea of just being able to expand yourself within your own company it just opens up so many more opportunities for everyone, to be honest. I think that's just such sound advice. So I hope everyone resonated with that. I think we've all been in roles at different parts of our career where maybe we didn't love our boss at that point in time. And I feel like it's really important to take, what Kristen said into account. So, well, ladies, we've celebrated growth. We've talked through moments. We've talked about the people who have really pushed us forward in our careers. But I really want to take a reality check pause and talk about like being a woman in sales and knowing that can be a whole different set of challenges. So I want to talk through kind of the more tough stuff, but I also want to talk about how you guys have all turned that into a strength for yourself. Katie, I'm going to kick things off with you, but can you talk about having ever been like the only woman either in a room or on your team and how you've like reframed that experience into a more of a strength for yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I've definitely been the only woman on the team and for a period of time. And that is, that is definitely something that takes adjustment. It takes some time to get used to it. But at the same time, what I love about this question is that it's truly about your mindset. It is like if you think you can't do it, well you can't. Like you won't. So if you think you're going to succeed with this group of men that you are working closely with, you will, because you can use the fact that you are the only woman in the room as your superpower. Like you can just allow that, if you can reframe it in your head to be like, huh, I have something no one else has in this room. I have like my brain and my context, my stories, my everything that I bring to the table. I am supposed to be in this room. And I think being able to like position it so that imposter syndrome obviously creeps up, it can, but like just don't let it be that. Like you can really, I think, just embrace your own ability to be like, that's the superpower of being, the only female in the room. Own it. I think that's a really important thing.
I love it. Own it, find those strengths. Like you are the strength, what you bring to the table, maybe your empathy, the different things that you bring in as a woman. Kristen, I would love to hear from you because I'm sure you've been in boardrooms or executive rooms being maybe the only female in there. And I'd love to hear, how that's been for you and how you're reframing that experience for yourself.
Well, shameless plug for Ring Central. Our new president is a female. So, Kiera Mekagon, she's amazing. She's been a big mentor of mine throughout my career at Ring Central. So I'm really proud to work for a female executive. But I will say that, in our product leadership team, and some of our leadership teams, I am the only female, in a boardroom. And it's funny because when I got into my position as GM last year, and then took over more products this coming year, I didn't have that realization like in rooms. I just don't think about, the different gender roles and being the only one. But I did have this a few months ago where I messaged someone on my team. I'm like, this is wild. And it's not that I was the only female. I was also around a decade younger than many. So it wasn't just, the gender roles, but it was also a demographic in terms of the actual age. But to Katie's point, I took the same type of reaction. I had this moment of realization where it's like, damn, I'm really proud of myself. Like I actually I could have taken in the imposter syndrome, which sometimes that did creep in. But I would say to Katie's point, I had that realization of like, I'm breaking boundaries and making waves. And I will say I'm probably one of the biggest advocates for, as you can see, the 3 women on the screen, of women in their careers, women in sales. And so around me, I constantly mention women in the boardrooms when I'm in there as well. So I think that's something that I take pride in, is like, wow, if I can do this, more people can do this. So I think at the end of the day, like, imposter syndrome can be there and it can creep in, but also have the realization when you get to that next step of, wow, I wanted this and I did this
Yeah.
within this time span. So have that moment of reflection. And I think when I had that moment of reflection, I'm like, this is pretty cool. This is wild.
It is pretty cool. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty wild. It's all of those things. But I love that advice, Kristen, and I love that advice, Katie. I think you guys really like hit it both on the head, from both of your different perspectives of where you're sitting on like the different teams and everything in your experiences. So thank you for sharing that. Christina, I'd love to understand like maybe some strategies that have helped you not only build your confidence, but also like your own credibility, and how you're handling that, and maybe how you're lifting others up in that process too.
Yeah, for sure. I think that the most important thing, and like both of you talked about it, is like reframing, right? Just listening and learning from the men in the room too. I mean, we have such a great leader in Jordan Arnold and Pedro Smith on the team, another colleague of ours. just learning how they've framed value and negotiating. And it stops me to ask myself, like you said it too, Katie, why can't I do that? And reframing even just that question, why am I not doing that? Instead of why can't I do that? And practicing it until it sounds like me. You know, it's going to sound different than the way Jordan may say it or Pedro may say it or anyone else on the team, but reframing that until it sounds like me, and that confidence will compound. And then once it does, like I've just been able to also cheer everyone else on, and that's just been such a great feeling. So I think those little wins and learning to feel comfortable in that and continuing to grow in that space too, from learning from the men around us in the room too.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's a great point, Christina. I should have mentioned that too. Like, I think that realization of what we all are just saying of like being a first female this and that, but I think there's so many different men that support women in their careers, and like finding those individuals who also support you. Like, that was a major, major point, because there's going to be like, my dad has 3 girls and he's like, love these boss women of me and my sisters just doing our thing. And I think you make an excellent point on that. So I just wanted to comment on it, because I totally agree. It's not just about being the only female here or there. It's like, how can everyone make more space for all of us at the table?
for sure.
Yep.
I agree.
Love it.
I agree. I love it. That's been such a fun part. Like, this has been one of my most fun, favorite parts of our conversation so far, is just like seeing how you guys are kind of like challenging that imposter syndrome, or challenging the expected behavior that like we don't, we're not in that room, or whatever it might be. And I think you guys are all approaching it in like such a positive way. I feel like be a sponge, reframing, those are our kind of keywords of this panel so far. And I'm so loving it. And you guys have done such a great job tackling challenges and owning your growth. And that next step really is leadership. I feel like, as you kind of move maybe in a non-linear way, but there's leadership in every role. And I think we can all agree that leadership maybe just isn't just a title. I think it's about influence, it's about impact, how you're showing up for others. And I would love to like talk to each of you guys about what that looks like in your roles. And I want to start with you, Christina and Katie, since you guys you have more, non-leadership roles. So what are different ways, Katie, that you step into leadership even outside of your AE role?
Yeah, sure. So I personally love connecting with people. I love building relationships. I love being the person on the team with a friendly face who people could just come to and connect with and talk to. And that truly like brings me so much joy. And I feel like that gives me some extra purpose in this job. Being an individual contributor, I do really think that there's more to this, like you can do more in the job than just keeping your tunnel vision focused on your deals. You can look out and say, if I'm seeing that a newer teammate or someone younger than me on the team is like struggling with something, and I know my boss is super busy, I'm going to like jump in and call them and be like, hey, can I help you? Like, what's going on? And I think being able to be that person who just jumps in and takes care of it and can be supportive is, I think, really helpful. And that type of like servant kind of action does, being that helps you be that leader. So whether that's, asking, like Christina and I love to just call each other up and help each other, and same with Ashley.
Exactly that for me.
I know, like it is really helpful, and it makes you feel better. Like when I know, like, wow, I just helped this teammate figure out this option, like that can sometimes be that win that, if that I think really does take a lot of, there is so much value in being able to give to your teammates and just help them. We can all succeed together.
I love that. Christina, I'm going to pass it on to you, because I feel like you're just the perfect segue into that from what Katie was talking about.
Yeah, I love that. It's exactly what Katie said. That's what our daily day-to-day is. I mean, just jumping on a call, brainstorming, or being able to talk through things together. Leadership is behavior, and not necessarily like a badge or a stripe that you get, or a title even. So I think there's so many different ways that you can try to lead. And to me, it feels like usefulness, kind of similar to what you're saying to you, Katie, and just being able to jump on the phone and brainstorm together and provide knowledge about something that I might not know. And that's the same for me now, being able to making that shift from BDR to AE. a lot of the channels that we were in, I was just learning. I was quiet behind the scenes, and it was mainly everyone else pitching in with answers to product related things. And now just being able to answer some of those product related questions in team chats and sharing talk tracks, and even getting on calls where in the office where someone else will turn around and be like, how the heck did you know all of that about API connections or talking through tech and stuff like that, feels like a win in the leadership side. But like Katie said, I think it's just such a good feeling to be able to be that person for someone else, or continue to have that growth and be able to work together and teach other people on the team, or be that light for someone else too. So different ways to do it. Yeah.
I love it. I think it's taking that next step beyond like what's expected of you. And Christina, like you, I feel like you're like a leader, like a leader in the office for our product. Like people come to you about our product and things like that, and they hear you and they, and I think that that's a different type of leadership, like that's something that people don't think about as a leadership role. And I just think there's so many ways to be a leader. Kristen, it's been a really big year for you, a really exciting year. You went from being like a leader, a manager, a higher up manager on our team to like now sitting in boardrooms as an executive, with all of the other executives at RingCentral. Can you tell us a little bit about that journey and like what you've learned as you've grown into that executive role?
Well, first, anyone in the chat saying I have the best team, these three are fantastic. Love all these answers, and it still makes me cry now. I would say, like, it was never my plan or goal to be like, I want to be sitting in that boardroom. Like, I've just never thought of that. I think for myself, I've always run into, as my mentors have said this to me, I was like, what is my superpower? And I think, I don't think anymore. I know I thrive in chaos. Like I run, how some people run from a fire and run out of the house? I run into the house with the hose and everyone trying to put out that fire. And I think for me, I've realized that the more you try to be a problem solver, the quicker you are to getting into an executive position. Because when you go and executive is all about strategy solves problems. It's problems within the world that your solution's trying to solve for, career wise, HR, finance, like all the people I work with cross functionally. It's like, how do we get to where we're going? It's all problem solving at the end of the day. It's like the number one answer, I feel like, or question on SATs or math, or it was always problem solving types of questions that I would thrive on. I would hate multiple choice, but give me a blue book to write an answer down in an exam, and I would give you a full page problem to solve. So I think for me, it's like, it was never my goal to be in that. But now that I'm there, I think about all the problems I'm trying to solve. How can I get my team to the right career paths for all of them? Problem to solve. The solution, how do we get our customers getting to the right problems for their business goals? So I think that is the catalyst, is like thriving in chaos and running into the fire, and then trying to ensure that your team is solving the right problems. That's what we are all doing at the end of the day, to kind of put a bow to it. So that's what I try to do. I hope I try to do it well. But I think that's for me is what I really hang my hat on. And I think the more of us who can help each other, and I think what Katie and Christina just mentioned, they solve each other's problems. They're helping each other in indirect ways. And it's kind of what they call, like Katie was like, that servant style, but servant leadership. It's the same thing cross-functional. So, leadership is not just about the title. Leadership is at any role you can be a leader. And that is true. Leaders have people under them, direct reports. Great. All well and great. But you can be a leader in any role. That is my message.
I love that. And I think you are the one running into the fires all the time. If there's anyone I know, it's you. But what a great message for everyone. Christine, thank you so much for sharing that, and just like what has really worked for you on this journey and what's important. And I just want to, I think this has been such a full circle conversation of where you guys have started, where you guys are now, Kristen, where you're at now from an executive level. And I just want to say thank you guys so much for all of that. And we started with hot or not. So let's end with this. Leadership, authenticity, and lifting each other up is always going to be piping hot. Big thanks to all of you guys, our panelists, and thank you so much. Yes, hot. You so still with us, time. And thank you so much to the audience for being a part of this conversation, throwing in your thoughts in the chat and interacting with us. Thank you to Women in Sales for providing such a great organization. We're so proud to be partnering with you. And we're so thrilled to have been a part of the first Women in Sales conference. I hope you all enjoyed the content today, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the content as well. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, hello, everyone. We are here live with the amazing Sam McKenna. I am definitely fangirling right now. I'm so happy to have you on, Sam. You are such an amazing part of the Women in Sales community. So thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. So excited. Thanks for letting me close the day out.
Yes, I know. We've had such an incredible day of content, of sessions, of speakers. So we had to end on a high note and we had to start on a high note. So we're so happy to have you.
Thanks. Endless big shoes to fill from everything that already happened today. But thank you. Thanks for letting me be here.
Of course. Well, so today, what we have in store is we wanted to do something a little different. So many people know Sam through her personal brand on LinkedIn. You follow all of her posts, but who is Sam really? So we're going to get to know Sam a bit better. We're going to do this AMA style. So we have a list of questions that got submitted ahead of time about Sam. They're going to be a variety. Some are personal, some are professional. So we're going to blend it all together here and have a great conversation. So I think my favorite question, the one I'm most excited to hear about, is our very first one, which is, let's start on a fun note. What's one thing that our audience might not know about you, Sam McKenna?
Cool, so good. I feel like I'm an open book, so I feel like digging my banks here. I have this uncanny ability to place faces on like obscure TV shows from other obscure TV shows. And I don't know if anybody has the same thing, but you see like somebody's face and you're like, I think this is the woman that played Jerry Seinfeld's girlfriend in this one episode from 1994. I think it was on in the 90s. And I'm always right. I'm almost always right. I have unbelievable glee around this. I rush to IMDb. My friends and family are like, I think you need a life, because if this is like your lifeblood, I'm like, listen, I know. But I think the faces piece, I get so excited. I just did this weekend with one of the women that was in Dumb and Dumber. Got really jazzed about that. So now you know, endlessly cool and have some good sales tips to boot.
Awesome. Bonus question for this is, what was the show that you were on? It was the show Temple Rock. Oh my gosh. I don't know if everyone knows that too. So I feel like that's a good bonus to include here if you don't
Once
know.
a year, I share a terrifyingly embarrassing photograph of myself with a mouth guard on, a helmet, and pleated shorts from Legends of the Hidden Temple. If you're a 90s kid, if you were a Nickelodeon kid, this, Guts, Double Dare, those were your shows, but I got to be on Legends. And what other people may not know is I only got to be on Legends because I tried out for Guts and I was deemed not athletic enough. So I went on Legends of the Hidden Temple instead. But it was so cool. Orange Iguana, and I got out in the first round. But you can,
Oh,
if you dig in, you can find it on YouTube. It's really sad.
that was my goal as a child. So that's so cool. I absolutely love that for you. And in my heart, you were a winner of the show. I don't remember the episode. So I feel like you won in my mind.
So good.
Oh, what an amazing starting note. It can only really go up from here. So yes, we're going to dive into a little more of your sales career. I think a lot of people see on LinkedIn your great successes. You do a great job of also being honest about some of the struggles and the hardships. But I would love to have you share with our audience here today, what was the hardest lesson that you learned during your sales career?
Oh my gosh, 100. But I think one of the things for me that was eye-opening and it was a good reset is that one, I'm not always right, shocking. And two, even if something is worth of being solved, it may not be a priority to be solved. And I found that both from an internal perspective of all the problems that I wanted to solve, a keen eye to find everything that's wrong with the situation and be able to try to fix it all. But also to think about this for our clients' perspective. So when we would sell to them, maybe there is a really urgent need. Maybe they have an issue with, the platform they're using for marketing or the way that they're going after, I don't know, BDR meetings, whatever it may be. But maybe it's not as urgent of a priority for them as the 6 other things that are a priority. And same thing internally, right? It would see things that were broken in our sales organization and filled with confidence and a very loud voice. I would always make those issues known. But number one, it was really, really important for me to come to the table with solutions as well as problems. So early in my career, I just bitched and moaned a lot. I'm going to curse just once, but I did that a lot. And then I realized that I also needed to come with solutions. But two, I needed to make sure that the problems that I was trying to solve mattered to the people that were signing the checks, again, internally and externally. How are we solving their shoes? What are they really worried about? Because if this doesn't attach to that, even if it's something that might need to change, it probably isn't going to get any bandwidth for the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good lessons learned here, good lessons to carry forward for anybody that's in the audience. We actually, this question comes from a place of very recency for us too. One of our most recent partners is CM Sales Consulting. If everybody saw that partnership announcement, we were super excited about it. If you know Sam's team, they are notoriously, or rather famously, not notoriously, led as an all-women team.
Oh, depending on who you are.
I was like, yeah, I'm like,
Notorious.
excitingly, famously. And so I would love to hear about, leading this all-woman team. Why is it supporting and elevating women so important to you personally?
Oh man. So I think I've told this story just a handful of times, but early in my career, I got recruited to a company, and I got recruited by a woman that I used to work with. She brought me over, and I became her peer. When I got there, I had reached out. It was the first day of onboarding in San Francisco, and I reached out and I said, I didn't get a chance to properly thank you for bringing me on board. If I ever have questions, if I want to run something by you, just kind of nerd out on how to sell this, do you mind if I ask you? And she said, no. Yes, I do mind. You can't ask me. That's what your boss is for. And I have no intention of seeing you succeed. And I'll just pause for a minute for you guys to cringe as well. But I think this was one of the things that turned on a light for me of wanting to do everything that I could to counteract that behavior. And I think we come from decades of having a lot of women not support other women, of making it feel like we only have 1 or 2 seats at the table for 25 women that are competing for it. So it's really, how do we kind of shove our elbows out and get that seat? But in fact, right, as one of our favorite humans, Amy Volas always says, we are better together. And I think hearing that made me think, wow, like, one, what painful things have you gone through that make you feel that way? And number two, how can we really use our voices, help each other, link arms, support each other, talk about each other positively when we're not in the room to make us all better? I think there is more than enough opportunity for every single one of us. And I think if we instead shine a light, empower each other, look for opportunities to transfer leads to each other, all those things, we can be so much more powerful. I also think just the dated mentality of, if I went through it to get here, the next generation also has to go through it is just that. It's dated. It's not even it's dated. there's no room for it in our environment. And so for me, it's not only showing the power of what incredibly badass women can do. Women could rule the world, should rule the world. But two, just making sure that we toss those old mentalities out the window and just empower each other and be here for each other.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's a huge reason why the women in sales community exists so that we can learn from each other. I think it's really beautiful when we watch our community members who are all different companies sharing cold emailing templates or sharing wins or even sharing struggles that they're going through with zero ego behind it. I think that's so much more powerful. And then when we open ourselves up to that, it just creates a safe space where we can talk about these things. And what we learn is we're all struggling through the exact same challenges. And if we just talk to one another, we'd probably have a better chance of overcoming those challenges. So very well stated.
And what an opportunity to just take the mistakes we've made and help somebody else avoid them, right? Or just take the limelight that you've created for yourself and just help shine a light on somebody who's just starting out, who needs a little confidence, who could just use a boost to succeed. Like, what a privilege for us to get to do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a turn. We promised that these questions would be twisty and turny. So I saw a post recently that you commented on, and we were talking a little bit about sales icks, outreach icks. And so I would love to hear from you about what the biggest sales outreach icks that you're seeing today. That could be on LinkedIn, on email, cold call, whatever it is. I just want to see what's icking you right now.
Honestly, I feel like every one of these questions could be 6 hours of content. We're gonna have to have a part two. Okay, a rapid fire, a couple of quick things. This is a dated one, but taking the one in the sales email where you write an email that looks like it came from like your CRO, and it says, Sam, reach out to Alexine. They're doing some really interesting things there at Women in Sales. And then you forward that email. It's really just one email. Nothing's actually been exchanged between your CRO and you. And you forward it along to whoever the buyer is. And it's like, our CRO was really taking notice of you. We would love to meet. We got to kick that from the curb. I think the other thing is the capitalizing on other people's audiences. And so we go on LinkedIn, we scrape the engagers of Sam posts and Alexine posts or Jen Allen posts, and then we spam those people. And this is an interesting thing to pull apart too, because it's like, well, why is that bad? Isn't that just good show me you know me? Isn't that finding a way to be smarter about your outreach? Well, no, because you're capitalizing on that person's audience. You're making it seem like that person is sponsoring, or supporting whatever product you have. And then you're telling whoever you're reaching out to that, hey, if you engage again, I'm probably going to spam you again. So that hurts that creator that's worked so hard for that. I think the other thing is just the way that we use language. So to think about, we spam and spam and spam. We have salesy language in our subject lines. I hope this finds you well in our preview first sentences. Or we have things like I just posted about a couple weeks ago, talking about how we say, hey, Bill, Alexine suggested I reach out to you. When Alexine said, I don't make the decision, but Bill does. Well, Alexine didn't suggest I reach out. She just gave me some information. So I think the biggest thing is let's use a little honesty and let's do the hard work ourselves instead of riding somebody else's coattails.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there is nothing I appreciate more than someone, rather than just making direct introductions, actually sending me a note first and being like, hey, the reason I want to introduce you to this person is X, Y, and Z. And I think it would be an appropriate connection for this reason. If you are interested, I will now make that connection. I very much appreciate that because I know you're in this boat too, Sam, where on a daily basis, you're just getting like a slew of introduction messages. And it's really awkward to say no to meetings with those people, especially if it's someone that that connected you, that you really like. So that's one of those like icks that started to get to me where I'm like, I'm very appreciative when people do it the right way.
It's such a good point. And especially if you are connecting to people, if you're asking somebody else for their time to serve somebody else, you need to ask that person for their permission first, because you're exactly right. And it is so awkward when you get there and then you respond, you're like, oh, thanks for the introduction. Kim, how can I be of help to you? And they're like, oh, I just like to pick your brain. And I'm like, I would love to let you pick my brain, but you and everybody else, right? And I think sometimes it's hard for us to put ourselves in the shoes of somebody else who might get that ask 10 or 12 or 15 times a week. If the only thing I did was let people pick my brain, well, I wouldn't have much of a business. So ask for that permission. We want to help. Just be transparent about it. I'm lying. One more ick that we just talked about recently. if I can add, using your title and your company as a way to get a meeting to then serve yourself. So I'll give you a great example. We just had a reach out from a very senior person at a big 4 consulting company, said, LinkedIn suggested we connect. I'd love to learn about your services. Get on the phone and the person says, I'm looking for my next play and I bet you have a big network. Who do you think would hire me? And I'm like, who the hell are you? I want to help. Be transparent, be honest. Please don't misrepresent yourself because, I mean, what a way to start out on the wrong foot. Okay, I'll stop.
So many good ones. I think there are good learnings here. So thank you for sharing these. Audience members, also, if you're out there, drop in the chat some of the sales icks that you've had recently, because we want to hear from all of you as well and what you've been receiving. And this is why we talk about these things. We might not know they're an ick until someone tells us. So, so thanks for going through those. I think on the flip side of this question, what would be really cool to hear from you about is the last cold outreach that genuinely caught your attention and got you to respond. Because I know people are very curious. I'm sure there are a million people out there who want to reach Sam. So what was the last cold email that really got you?
I will tell you, I will go to the ends of the earth to help you if you do our Show Me You Know Me practice. So if you take the time to look at some of my posts, look at some content that I have, create a funky subject line, right, that catches my attention, use anything that you learned in this and put it in there and just make the effort. And so to that effect, I'm going to shout out for this gal named Sophie. I don't know if she cares that I use her last name, so I'll just go with the first. But she did the funky subject line. She pulled something from a GTM Fun podcast that I did talking all about LinkedIn. And she wrote this great email, but here's the cool part about it. She was really succinct in the Show Me You Know Me. She said, you talked about this in the GTM podcast. It really resonated with me. I'm writing more below if you want to read it, but what I really want to talk to you about is XYZ. So she made it a short email, but in her PS, she said, I have to tell you why this resonated with me. And she talked about her upbringing. She talked about what she had done to get into sales. She talked about what she was doing to learn to be authentic and confident. And there was a definite TLDR. I loved every single word of it because it was authentic and it really tied to what I said. So for that person, I didn't have anything that I could buy from her, but I'm going to say, how can I help this person? How can I make an introduction? Do you want to look at my network? Do you want to send me a blurb that I can keep in mind? We're going to do something to reward you. So it really doesn't have to be that hard. And there are no silver bullets and not everybody's going to respond in that way. But if you just think, right, the norm is scaled and veiled, it's still mass outreach. If you just make the effort, I know that your open rates will pop, but I bet that your reply rates will pop too, even if it's a no. You got to know. You got a back and forth. You connect on LinkedIn. You can reach back out later. Make the effort. Try 50 people in 1 week and see what happens. And go high. The higher the title, the worse their inbox looks and the easier it'll be for you to stand out.
Ooh, great advice. Great advice here. Also, my largest career deal came from an initial no. So you never know where those no's will take you later on. So, so thanks for sharing that. We're going to pivot to social selling, which I know is your bread and butter. You love social selling. I've learned a ton about social selling through you. So, this is very appropriate. But you talk a lot about modern selling practices. Can you give us a few social selling plays that you run consistently?
I'll give you guys 2 really good ones. So we have one called Expand the Sandbox, and you can find this all in our playbooks, which, by the way, you can access through Alexine. All Women in Sales members get a discount on top of that. But think about what Expand the Sandbox means. We have our network in LinkedIn, right? We all have basically our sandbox. How do we get out of the sandbox? So one of the plays that we run is trying to think of who are the CXO titles that we want to get in front of, or whatever your buyer persona may be. And how do we find those people who are posting authentic, organic content on LinkedIn? It is hard. There's no way to automate this. Even if you look at the posted in 30 days tab on Sales Navigator, it doesn't give you the real stuff. It gives you a lot of API or reposted content. But if you can find the signal in the haystack, I bet it'll be worth the payoff for you. So let me give you an example. Joy Wilder-Libier is the former CRO of Equifax, and she's given us permission to share the story, by the way. But she's somebody that I didn't know a couple of years ago. I found her through a blog. I monitor all these blogs that I care about. I found that she had posted, written in this blog for one of our companies that we partner with. And I went to her LinkedIn and I saw that Joy posts a lot of content. She doesn't post a lot of content about Equifax. She posts a lot of content about her life. And so here's the play of Expand the Sandbox. I commented twice on her profile, not in a stalker way, but in a way like, oh, I just happened to come across your content. After the second post, I sent her a connection request. And I said, I keep coming across your content because I have you in a list and I'm tracking your content. Don't say that. But I keep coming across your content. I love it and I'd love to see more of it. Thought I'd say hello. No pitch slap. It included included context in the connection request versus a blank one. And then that's it. She accepted. And I think she said thanks, period. And I was like, oh God, what do I do with that? It's a start. It's fantastic, right? So my next play, comment 2 more times. And then I go in for the kill. And all I said was, hey, I see that you post a lot of content. I'd love to bend your ear on a couple of things that we can do to help you get better visibility on LinkedIn. Would you ever be up for a chat? Same day, she responded. She connected me with the 2 people that directly report to her to manage her brand. 13 or so minutes of prospecting got us an almost 6-figure deal with her. She's become a friend. She's become a referral partner. I mean, she's wonderful. So that's hack number 1. Hack number 2, I'm going to shout out for a gentleman by Matthew Tweed, who probably will never hear this. But if anybody works with Matthew Tweed at LinkedIn, give him a shout. But Matthew was trying to close a deal with one of our partners, signs up for their webinars, looks to see what other executives are posting, and sees that Sam is speaking on one of their webinars with exactly who he's trying to get a deal across the line with. So he sees that in the post on LinkedIn. He then reaches out with a DM to me. We're connected, but we don't know each other. And he said, hey, I've been working on this deal for a year. You're an avid LinkedIn Sales Navigator enthusiast. Can you help me out here? He got the deal this week. Now, I don't think that I had much to do with it, right? But putting a pin in it, trying to say like, great social selling here. Can I advocate for you guys to sign this deal? Can I do anything to help this rep get his deal over? It's social selling to me isn't pitch slapping and just like aggressively trying to get meetings. It's listening. What do you find? What can you see? Who do you see that have common connections or make comments on each other's posts? Can you leverage that for introductions? I mean, there's so much that you can do there, but one super actionable tactical thing that you guys can build into your process every single week. And then one slightly need to get lucky, but keep your ears out for this stuff because it comes up and man, can it help.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I'm like trying to cram it. We have so many questions that got some bids. So I'm like, how do I fit them all into 30 minutes? But where we're going to head next, this question comes up all the time in Women in Sales. And it's something that we talk about a lot and that I think about a lot, to be honest. But do you personally think that every salesperson needs to build a personal brand on LinkedIn?
Absolutely not. Here's my thing. So I think at a baseline, you need to have a really great profile. Your profile is your resume today, but it's also who knows who. So I'll give you a great quote from Danny Dunn, who's the Chief Revenue Officer of Morningstar, headquartered in Chicago. Danny said, you could cut through my inbox. You could send me a really great email that I read and I'm like, yes, this is what I want to look at. And then I'm going to go and look at your profile before I reach out. Who are you? How long have you been there? What's your expertise? What's your about section? Who do you know that I know and will tell me the time with you is going to be well spent? If I get to your profile and it's a mess, I'm leaving. You might have done the hardest thing, gotten an email open and read by the CRO of Morningstar who says he wants a meeting with you and then dropped the ball because your LinkedIn profile wasn't up to date. So at a baseline level, make sure your profile is in great shape. Couple quick things to just check for cleanliness. Look at your banner. Is it up to date? Is it the right company? Some people have conferences from June still listed on there. And I'm like, guys, it's fall. Let's get over June. And then check the link, the title, what you've got in your headline and the link of what's in your profile as well to make sure that it's all for your current company. I see this kind of jibber jabbered all over the place very often. So just a quick thing you can check. That's it. Build your network because, again, people want to see that you know the people that they also know or that are in their same space. The second thing I would say, right, for me, posting on LinkedIn in the early days was absolutely not about my personal brand. I got very excited about the fact that I would offer tips inside my 25 million, and ARR wasn't a thing back then, but about 25 million in annual revenue. I would talk about these tips at our company, would have senior execs from formerly of Dun & Bradstreet who would say like, that's a great idea. And I was like, really? Because like you have 20 years of experience and I have like 20 minutes. And so I thought, well, maybe I can post on LinkedIn. Maybe I can share this with other people. That was the whole idea of how can I help? So think your personal brand shouldn't be about how amazing you are. It shouldn't be about, all the hurdles you faced every single day. It shouldn't be about you. It should be about teaching other people. That's how you build a great brand. Like, look at your other keynote speaker from today in Jen. Look at Priya, who also spoke. Look at Alexine. I mean, the content that we post is really meant to help other people achieve things. The one thing I would tell you, just a quick tip, if you do post quite a bit, and if you get people that DM you and say, I loved your post, love this, would love to talk to you about, Sales Off, LinkedIn Sales Navigator, whatever, women in sales, whatever it is. Think about this, that when that lead comes in, very frustratingly, like it did for me when I was at On24, where I really started to double down on my brand, the leads were never for me or my team, ever. So here's what I did though with that, right? If I'm putting in work that's bringing in business and visibility and brand awareness for us, I'm going to take that lead. I'm going to grab their email. I'm going to offer to make an introduction to the team that can help. I'm going to CC the rep and the leader, because I want that leader to know. And you bet your buns that I'm going to track that. I'm going to track the meetings that were booked. I'm going to track if there were opportunities from it. I'm going to track the pipeline that was created. I'm going to track if they closed. And at the end of the year, I'm going to say, hey, not only did I blow it out of the water again with my quota, but here's the other $3 million of pipeline that I influenced, right? And then the $900K of deals that my brand helped bring in. I would like a $30,000 raise, please, and thanks. Right? All those things really add up. So if you're making the effort, make sure you track the data too. Okay, I'll stop yelling now.
Amazing. So much good advice here. I think where we're going to go next is going to be a detour, but this is another question that you and I have personally spoken about together. So I'm excited to hear about this and have this shared with the broader community. So I saw your post on LinkedIn recently about waiting a little bit longer to have your son, who I get to see pictures of all the time. It is he's thriving. He's just having a good time, and he has a great head of hair. I'm like, I always see so much hair. But what advice would you give to those women who are dedicated to their careers and unsure about making that leap? And both if they want to become moms and what it would mean for their careers if they do become a mom. Do they have to kind of forfeit one for the other, basically?
I think what I can say, I'll give you guys my perspective, which isn't advice, because I think this is such a unbelievably sensitive topic to talk about. But I think a few things. One of the pieces of advice that I heard in thinking about becoming a mom was there's never going to be a right time. You just need to do it. And I don't know that I agree with that based on who I am. So for me, I am somebody who makes massive life decisions with great intentionality. It took me years to decide that I wanted to move houses, right? If I would never change jobs or never change where I live for a career without a lot of thought and a lot of, safety nets. So I think for me, one of the things about becoming a mom was that I really needed to think about all of the things that were going to change as a result of that. I think I waited just the right amount of time. And for those of you who don't know, I was 41 when I got pregnant, 42 when I had my son, and 44 now. But to me, I think I had him at just the right time, right? Everybody's different, but from my perspective, more emotionally developed, maybe at 42 years old, financially in a different place, right? There were so many different things in my career that made me ready for this move in a different way. And I think the thing that I would say, one of the most beneficial things you can have is to really think about saving financially for this little guy or gal that shows up. And it's not just all the things that we want to do from 529s and all those things, but have a little bit of savings for your own sanity, right? So the opportunity to have some babysitting, not just for date nights, but to do things that allow you to tap into your career, that allow you to travel, that allow you to tap into the things of who you were before. Sometimes when we become moms, we forget that we were an individual first, a friend second, an employee third, somebody with hobbies and interests, fourth, and then a mom. And sometimes mom becomes our 52% mom and 48% careerist. So having a little bit of savings for that and making sure that you can find some balance, you can find some you time are great. Career-wise, the final thing I'll say about that is I think you also have to think about what you want next and help the decision support that. So There are some people who want to become moms and want to downshift their lives. They really want to lean into being a mom. They want to have a better work-life balance. They want to be off every single Friday to go hike and camp with their kiddos and their husband. There are others who say, I am climbing this corporate ladder. I want to be the badass that I know I am and can continue to be. So just think about that. I think you can have some of it all. You just have to figure out how to have that balance and how to have support, and probably how to have some bucks to help you find that support.
Absolutely. What wonderful advice, and something that I will take to heart as well. So thank you for sharing that. And it's been so beautiful to watch your journey into motherhood and to be able to follow along with that too. So thank you for so openly sharing that as well with all of us.
Thanks.
We're going to close on, I cannot believe we're through our time. I feel like you just got here and I'm just like chatting it up with one of my friends. So we are almost to time. So our final question is a bit of a buzzer beater here, but we're going to ask you, who's been the most influential woman in your sales career and why?
Oh man. I think for me, it's somebody I haven't met. And I'm going to say it's maybe career, but it's, Kim Scott has had a tremendous impact on me. If you don't know who Kim Scott is, she is the author of Radical Candor that made some great waves. But I think for me, difficult conversations have always been a tough thing for me. I find the balance between being liked and being respected. I try to find the balance of how do I broach difficult conversations. There's so much in there that I was never equipped with when I got to be a leader. And so many of us aren't, right? We don't know how to have these honest, direct conversations. And her book really made an impact. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend picking it up. She also has a podcast. She has a second book that came out. And the podcast is also great 20 little minute snippets of exactly what radical candor is. So just taught you to look at that candor from a different perspective of you're not coming and, giving somebody terrible feedback. You're helping them grow. You're doing them a favor. You're doing exactly what we should do as leaders, which is push this person a little bit out of their growth spot and help them be better.
Absolutely. Good reminder to all of us to reread Radical Candor, which is sitting on my bookshelf right behind us. So this is good. I will do a reread because I need that right now. Thank you so much, Sam, for being part of this event. It was such a pleasure to have you. For all of you that have joined us, we have officially come to the end. It's a big day. This was our very first ever Women in Sales, the virtual conference. So we did it. We got here. Thank you to all of you in the audience for being part of this. Thank you to our marquee event sponsors, ZoomInfo and RingCentral Events, for helping us make this possible in the first place. And thank you to all of our speakers who so graciously said yes. I've never put out a speaker ask and had every single person just be like, yeah, let me know when we're recording. So what an incredible experience, an incredible group of women that we featured here today. And Sam, what better note than to end with you? So if you're not part of the Women in Sales community, come on over. We'd love to have you. We host tons of events. And Sam, we'll see you soon for something through our partnership.
Thanks, Alexine. Thanks, you guys.